I'd like to call a meeting to order at 6:34. So a motion to go into closed session.
And I'll second.
Craig? Ann?
I got some, thanks.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, need her to do a roll call.
Oh, wait, no, I have to do roll call.
Arlen?
Arlen?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Christine?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. All right.
Still 6:34.
Okay. All right, I'm going to end the webinar. And then microphones off.
Craig. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye at 7:05.
Okay, we're gonna need a few minutes just to get all the technology up and running again.
We should turn these back on.
Yeah.
I had mine on, so I'll turn it off now.
You got it, yeah, you can turn it back on, because we're gonna go into open session now.
Oh, okay, I thought you were doing something else. The next thing is the consent agenda items. So we have some professional staffing recommendations and some co-curricular staffing recommendations. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Craig. Second.
I'll second.
Okay. Christine. Any question or comments? If not, motion from Craig, second from Christine. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes by majority. And then we go on to our I welcome our student council report.
I am not seeing our student council reps online. There we go. There's Will. There's Will.
Yay!
Hello, Will.
Oh.
So be on the lookout for those videos. Otherwise, everything is going very well. Thanks.
Very good.
Thank you, Will.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Next is public comment.
All right, we're going to turn it over to Stephanie Miller and Angie Straub, who are going to help us work through public comment tonight. We have a number of people who registered to speak live over Zoom, and we also have comments that were submitted in writing that are going to be read by Tom and Ann, and we've got one video comment that was submitted, which I will share when we're ready for that. So, Angie, Stephanie, cool. Go ahead and walk us through our process. Oh, we lost her.
But she froze a little.
They can't hear very well
No.
out in the community either. They couldn't hear Will at all, I guess.
You found that out already?
Somebody texting.
Yeah, my kids, my daughter and son-in-law are watching, and they texted saying they couldn't hear Will.
Looks like we do have some people who are registered. Unless
They can't hear anybody on Zoom is what we're hearing
Oh, okay.
from the public.
Right.
Nobody, there's no sound?
They couldn't hear Will at all.
Okay.
Just the board members.
All right, hold on a second.
I am going to go with our first registered person who wishes to speak, Eric Johnson.
Yes.
I want to thank, first thing, all the staff members for all the work that they're doing. Very important and very difficult. And anybody that's been in education understands that a lot of work is being done. Lesson plans, Zoom, curses, so I thank them for all their efforts. I also want to thank the coaches for what they're doing for kids right now and getting them involved in sports to the best they can. COVID, because I know the kids, especially the seniors.
There we go.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Wow, yeah.
Okay, I just heard, I heard you out there we go. I want to make sure I was still, you hear me all right. So the reason for me wanting to speak tonight is I know the board's going to be discussing what we're going to do for the rest of the year as far as our students coming back or staying the same. And I know the proposal that was sent out from Mr. Goodell was saying we're going to stay status quo with where we were at. And right now, students need to be back in school. I think there's many people, after you probably saw the surveys, that want their kids back in school. Kids want to be back in school. And I know that many people would probably like them to be back in school 5 days a week, which I would love. I wish we could do that. But at least 4 days a week, I think, is kind of the minimum that our kids need to be back. COVID's been very hard on school-age children, which all of us know. Kids at home, Zooming, talked about my daughter, she was a freshman, and doing that all morning. It's hard in your brain. It is very hard. And our kids want to be back to school. And so, I don't think parents are asking for anything that's wild or crazy. When you look at what the rest of the state is doing, their schools have been back in for a long time, 5 days a week, full day. Classrooms are full, masks work. You got to have your mask on. It slows transmission. Right now, I'm privileged enough to teach some classes, college students, where I've got 28, 30 kids in there each day, and I've been teaching them since September, and we have zero transmission in school. And most of us can probably realize that college kids aren't really good at following directions with masks and things like that, social distancing outside of school, but they have done, and we have not had to alter what we do. If kids are exposed to COVID, you guys, you have Canvas. I have Canvas. Kids WebEx in, and they get to listen that way. We teach to the, as they say, the buttons in the seat. And so, Dane County and Milwaukee County, I know two places are behind with this, getting kids back to school. But this isn't me creating. There's a lot of other schools that are doing it. Our K-1-2 building's been doing it for quite a while, having very good success. The kids love being at school, and I think that, it's just time. And I hope that the board and the administration are going to look at getting our kids back at least 4 days a week, because it's good for them. So thank you all. I appreciate you listening tonight. And again, thank you for all that you do. I really appreciate it, and so do a lot of people.
Thank you.
We have a tip that there's an echo, and if we turn off our volume on our computers, it will decrease the echo.
Decrease?
You mean on these?
No, on our computers.
Oh.
Turn off your volume on your computer. Mine is not. No, your volume is picking it up otherwise.
Next time.
Okay, it worked.
If we're ready, I'm going to bring on the machine.
you all see me? I'm not sure if you do. I'm not seeing myself on video.
Nope.
You don't see me? I also have a presentation that I'd like to share. Is that possible?
Cindy, you can share your screen. You can share your screen with us.
I don't see the same.
Let's see.
On this. I don't know.
You'll need to promote Sandy to being a panelist, not just allowed to speak for this portion.
Is that going to change my ability to share the screen?
Yes.
Just give me 1 moment.
Okay. No, thank you for doing the work, and thanks everybody for taking the time to listen today. I appreciate it. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Okay, and it looks like you have it. I'm going to put a few links in the chat so you can see the links that I have in my presentation. You can look at them. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Sandy Shane. I'm an art teacher here at IMMS. Thanks again for taking the time to listen today. I really feel my perspective is important because I'm a professional in the field of education. I also have experience in the McFarland classrooms. I know what it's like to teach in a typical year, and I also know what it's like to teach during the pandemic. So it's important to know that a thing often looks different, really much simpler, less complex from the outside, without a view of what actually happens on the inside. So this is a quick snapshot of what class is like, but it doesn't really do it justice. Methods and technologies used in person are really very different than those used in virtual settings. Switching back and forth is time consuming and really mentally challenging. Giving quality feedback to students while they're in the process of making art takes more time in both in-person and virtual with the hybrid model. So moving between those modes takes a lot of time to set up. So the hardest thing about the concurrent teaching, it's really the nature of concurrent teaching. It really creates many new time-intensive challenges. Right now, I can usually connect with most students, which is the most vital tool I have to provide academic support and mental health support, which is definitely still something I'm doing in the virtual and the in-person setting, in both ways. Sometimes dealing with the in-person behavior challenges, managing technology or materials keeps me from connecting with all my students every day. So despite the difficulty, I'm doing a great job. All my students are passing my class this year, even when while I'm keeping my expectations high. As evidence, you have the IMMS Youth Art Month presentation. If you take a peek at it, the work is incredible. It's really good. And all of that work that's in there was done in the virtual setting. I also have pictures of the Hearts for Hunger project I did with the art ambassadors, where we made and designed Valentines and we sold them, and the proceeds going to the McFarland Food Pantry. Again, that was a completely virtual project. Oh, what happened to my screen? Well, oh, it looks like we're linking to that. I didn't mean to link to that, sorry. So the next slide, my concerns about moving to a larger class size. So I do have some serious concerns about moving to larger class sizes. Do I want to have all my students in the art room? Yes, totally. But I don't necessarily think it's in the best interest for McFarland. So right now, I can usually get to most students at least once if I have no major emergencies, like a student not being able to find their materials at home or having to sanitize a large amount of materials so students can use them. Given the time-intensive nature of concurrent teaching, the quality of student education is going to go down significantly despite the increase in time spent at school. I really feel that the hybrid model is kind of the sweet spot. We get, for those who can come to school, we have them there and we can give them extra support. And for those who can't, we can still get to them and make those connections. So with full in-person learning, social distance may need to be reduced from 6 feet to 3 feet. And I'm really concerned that I won't be able to maintain COVID precautions with a 3-foot distance. With 6 feet, you really have an arm's length away. And psychologically, that really feels distant. With 3 feet, not so much. You can easily reach out and touch someone. And I found that as we continue in the hybrid model, as students become more comfortable, I have to remind them more about COVID precautions like social distancing, sanitizing, keeping hands and feet to yourself, those kinds of things. And those skills, keeping hands and feet to yourself, are really not the strong suit of a middle schooler. So numbers are low, but death of a student or of a family member is entirely possible. My daughter, who's a senior at East High School, actually lost a friend and classmate this year to COVID. It was really hard. We're currently making it work very safely and doing really well academically. Why would we take this risk? We're really almost to the finish line. So it's really smart to look to see what other districts are doing. But the argument that we have to do something because another district is really concerning. We should really be doing what's best for McFarland based on McFarland. We should be making an informed decision based on recommendations of professional educators who are familiar with both the art of teaching and the district of McFarland. So this is really more of a question for the board than a comment. I actually don't know the answer to this. Have we made sure that we're hearing from a cross section of our McFarland families? Distrust of institutions of all kinds due to experiences with systemic racism have proven to keep families of color from participating in school-home community collaborations. Families may be reluctant to fill out the survey. I know that we had a 30% return rate. I'm wondering how many of those is it really a cross section of McFarland? Are we hearing from those families of color? So it's our job as an anti-racist district to seek out those perspectives. So I've linked an article from the Marketplace and one from the New York Times about how Black and brown families are feeling about returning to school. So how long will it take to adjust to a new mode of education? Well, it's a good question. We're still adjusting to the in-person hybrid model. So I think it may take a while, if at all. All students in school all day is a huge change. And I think teachers will have to reinvent the wheel again. I have real concerns about how quickly we'll be able to develop new systems and integrate them, if we can even get them running smoothly at all. By the time we get to stage 4, there'll be little time left in the school year. Working a hybrid model for the last term makes more educational sense than floundering with a new one for a short period of time. In conclusion, I really think that we need to maintain academic equity for all students and keep students safe. The risks for education, mental health, medical safety outweigh the benefits for a few months of being together. Do I wish we could? Yeah, I totally do. Do I think it's a good idea? Absolutely not. I really would like to thank everybody for listening and watching my presentation. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next, I am going to be transferring John Gozer.
All right, how's my audio? Yes, no, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Sound good.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute via Zoom this evening and also present some flexibility there. I'm speaking on behalf of a growing group of parents. At this point, we likely represent over probably a couple hundred parents in the community, and we've been adding seemingly new parents each week, shared interests and goals. And speaking to our goals, our efforts as a McFarland parent group are to put our kids first and foremost. Our efforts, some of our communications recently have been centered around children. We're the parents of kids. Myself, for example, I've got a kindergartner and first grader and 3 dogs. Funny aside story, came home to 2 dogs under 1-year-old that are at our house, and one of which pooped on the other's head. So that was how I walked back into the house this evening with the kids running around. But that's the kind of parents we are. We just take care of our kids and put our kids and families first and foremost. So that's really why we're coming together. We try to use science, data, and logic-based discussion and arguments. We love our schools. Case in point, my kids, Sam and Lucy, kindergarten and first grade, they've had an outstanding experience to this point. Their teachers at Conrad Obehem have been outstanding. Communication with Superintendent Burdell and Principal Greg Nelson has been awesome. We're very much appreciative of that. And to that point, we aim for a collaborative approach. We can be your strongest allies. We can hopefully be teammates together on putting our children first and working into the future, hopefully moving back in a full-time capacity sooner than later. We want to express our gratitude for all of the teachers as part of our district. We recognize it's been a roller coaster ride. This has not been easy for any of us, but more so for our teachers. We recognize overcoming some of the fear and anxiety. My family can empathize. My wife runs a preschool center. It's been stressful, absolutely. But we appreciate your efforts and also putting our kids first and keeping them safe as well as the community. To our administrators and our school board, we appreciate the tireless efforts you've put in balancing the needs of students, families, teachers, staff, taxpayers. I do not envy your task. I've mentioned that to you a couple times over. We understand that you've put in likely hundreds of hours of overtime in the past year. So thank you for your efforts and your leadership. And to the board, the hours that you've put in, the special sessions, thank you for that. I also do not envy your position, but we appreciate your leadership. So coming back to our sole focus being our kids, we recognize that with order number 14, there are no longer any barriers that we understand to our kids being in classrooms full time. PHMDC has lifted the 6-foot spacing requirement, which we understood to be one of the factors barring our kids from coming back into the classroom. PHMDC has gone further actually and commented that they're also not going to require specific cohorting for some of our older students in middle school and high school. We also understand that having available vaccinations for all teachers is another hurdle that we need to overcome. And as of today, we understand that hurdle to be knocked down, and all teachers will have the option to have been vaccinated starting today with then a follow-up if it's a 2-dose vaccination and approach. So our understanding is that K through 12 can return to class full time. Coming back to the 3-foot distancing topic, in the last week, there's been a paper accepted for publication in the Journal of Clinical Infectious Diseases. This is March 10th, so very recent, but has documented students in K through 12 looking at 3 feet versus 6 feet all the way through high school. There's no difference in infectious disease rates or transmission with 3 feet versus 6 feet. So I suggest you take a look at that if you'd like. It's been covered by some of our popular press recently, but very new information, again, documenting that we can do it at 3 feet. So recognizing that there are districts within a mere miles of us that are moving forward with bringing kids back into the classroom full time, we'll point out that the gold standard appears to be Stoughton as of this evening. We understand there's an option being presented for vote and bringing back students for 5 days a week for full days, K through 12. This is exceptional. This shows us that we can do this within our community, just a few miles down 51. Wanakee and Belleville blazed the trail ahead of us, ahead of Stoughton, passing full-time options 4 days a week, K through 12. We are advising and recommending that we follow their lead, hopefully seeing a proposal along these lines. Speaking to proposals, the proposal that we've seen in an email dated March 10th appeared to be a little bit of a step backward relative to what we'd like to see. In fact, it looked to be a step backward from what was discussed in March 1st. We wonder a little bit, how did we get here? especially recognizing that we don't understand what barriers yet exist in front of us. So as such, our group are advocating and pushing for K through 12 to be back in the classroom at a minimum 4 days a week, ideally 5 days per week, 4 full days, such as is being voted upon in Stoughton this evening, and other districts very close around us are getting done. If we don't proceed in that fashion, and we continue on with a part-time school situation, a hybrid model, we're left questioning, and we don't expect that we will proceed forth any further beyond what we might put in motion over the next week or two. Will this be a new standard for us to adhere to in, say, 2021, 2022, and beyond? Are we looking at a new education model? If so, do we change how we look at funding our middle school and high school? That's an open question at this point. If we envision going back to school for full days at some point in the future, given where we sit today, we're wondering, do we have guarantees, or what guarantee do we have that we will be offered full-time education in K through 12, 5 days a week ever again? Speaking to some points that have come about through online learning and some of the hybrid educations, we recognize, as Eric had pointed out earlier, Dane County Public Schools are outliers in the state of Wisconsin. A recent survey of all the public schools, 250 roughly or greater, we recognize that 76% of schools as of mid-February were offering at least some full-time education for grades K through 12. Now, this wasn't stating that K through 12 are entirely in person at all of these districts, but there was at least some offer of full-time education, and that doesn't currently exist for many schools within Dane County, although Stoughton appears to be blazing the trail for us. Speaking to stories and some other challenges, we recognize mental health issues associated with hybrid and online education, and also academic challenges. I've heard stories, for example, from our group. We can see some national white paper data published recently citing how mental health issues and self-harm claims have increased dramatically. However, within our community, we've heard stories such as a student commenting she would rather jump off a cliff than continue online learning. Speaking to academic challenges, while we look forward to continued growth in our students and hopefully academic excellence, we've heard stories such as students figuring out that their teachers were no longer checking in on their assignments and have been submitting blank documents with no repercussion. So these are just a couple of stories that exist within our community. Keeping the kids in mind with our focus, and we've heard some discussion of underprivileged children this evening, and that also should be an area that we continue with emphasis. Virtual instruction and the option for virtual education should continue to exist, so we're not advocating that it be completely removed. We're simply asking for the choice to bring our kids back in the classroom 5 days a week. Monona Grove and Mount Horeb, though, have presented examples of academic performance substantially declining year over year relative to when we had full in-person instruction. For example, failure rates in Monona Grove and Mount Horeb have increased dramatically in 2020 and 2021 relative to prior years. We also have recognized that we stand to lose a substantial amount of funding in 2021 and 2022 tied into ESSER dollars. This has to do with a fairly complicated funding scenario under DPI discussion and legislation. However, there appear to be some dollars, hundreds of thousands, in fact, that are going to be tied to number of hours of in-person education. Understanding that we've been under some of the restrictions posed by PHMDC, but now those restrictions no longer exist. So every day that we do not bring our students back into the classroom full time, we're losing out on additional funding. And so could this funding perhaps be used to support some of the ground we've lost over the last year, and also to help out some of our underprivileged kids? We hope that we don't end up in a situation where there's a widening spread between those that have and that have not. So as I draw to a close, we wonder out loud, what is our public school purpose? Historically, we've envisioned public school exists to provide a full-time education, one that provides equal top opportunities to all resources and all races. We hope that the public school can provide a safe environment free from bullying or judgment. But now, as we are questioning what the future looks like from an education model standpoint, we also have recognized that there's a legal obligation to provide a full-time education. As we don't do so, especially now without any barriers from PHMDC in place, or at least barriers that we can understand, we also wonder out loud, are we coming up against some civil rights issues? So in summary, we ask the board that if anything less than a plan to provide or offer K through 12 students the option to return for full-time instruction 5 days a week is presented this evening, we ask you, the school board, to request we return to the drawing board and come up with a full-time plan, and then schedule a special board meeting within the next week to review the plan and vote on it. Again, I appreciate all of your time, the opportunity to present, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next I will be transferring Jeff Crow.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you sound good, Jeff. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, similar to John's message, I'm advocating for the choice for all of our K through 12 students and families to go back to school full time. And I'd like to start off by also thanking the school board for the opportunity to speak, not only tonight, but in previous meetings. I appreciate the open dialogue. I know this does not happen at every Dane County school and every school. So that is something that we're very appreciative of. Thank you to administration, in particular, Mr. Burdell, Mr. Mahoney, for meeting with us and trying to kind of outline, what's possible, what's not possible throughout this whole process. As John indicated, we're very cognizant that this is not easy for anyone. So we really appreciate your being leaders in our community, and for us, for the students, for the teachers, and everyone. And a special thank you to our great teachers in McFarland. You've adapted, you've overcome, it's unprecedented circumstances, we all understand that, but you've been a driving force to get our kids whatever opportunities are available and safe at the time. And we really appreciate going above and beyond, like John indicated before, putting in overtime. As a son of two great teachers, I have a special place for teachers in my heart. My parents were both public school teachers their entire careers. So I've seen firsthand how much teachers impact kids' lives and literally help save lives in many cases. Other than a parent, there's really no one else who has more of an effect on a child than a teacher. No group of people who care more about all of our kids, than teachers. In my opinion, teaching is the most important profession in our society. I have many friends who are McFarland teachers. Growing up, my parents' friends were teachers. My friends were kids of teachers. This is the community that I've grown up in, and I've been lucky enough to be a part of it. And I know for a fact, many of our McFarland teachers want to be back in school full-time, doing what they love, teaching, mentoring, guiding our kids as only they know how. So I think a couple of the questions that a lot of us have, and I'll just kind of reiterate what John and Eric were talking about before. In previous meetings, when we've talked about the possibility of going back full-time, before that, even going back to hybrid, there were barriers put in front of us, primarily PHMDC and this 6-foot space requirement. Well, that has been removed as of a few days ago, 5 days ago. Per PHMDC order number 14. PHMDC has literally left it up to individual school districts to decide when to send kids back to school full-time. PHMDC does not want to be used as an excuse anymore to prevent kids from going back to school full-time. It is solely the responsibility and the decision of each individual school district. That's why we see Waukee making that decision, Belleville making that decision, and now starting tonight, Stoughton. In fact, Rachel Goldberg, who is the COVID school and childcare liaison for PHMDC, answered a couple very key, insightful questions at our March 4th meeting with all the Dane County school nurses. I'm sure our nurse was in attendance as well. One of the questions she was asked is, when 6 feet distancing is not possible for students, can you give some examples that are acceptable for when 6 feet distancing is not possible? And her answer was, and this is, I'm quoting her directly, with this language, we are attempting to offer schools more flexibility. We've heard from you that the 6 foot to the greatest extent possible language was prohibiting you from inviting students into your classrooms that wanted to attend in person. With this order, meaning order number 14, you have flexibility to adjust 6 foot distancing in classroom operations, which might allow you to move the desk to 5 feet or 4 feet and have more students in the classroom. Another important question she was asked along this line, she was asked, how might this apply to older students? Because we've heard a lot about the difference between older students and younger students. Her answer was, while 6 feet is ideal if possible, it is not always practical in a school environment. When there's diligent mask compliance, we can loosen the distancing restrictions. So I invite you to look at the notes. They're publicly available, and reach out to Rachel, ask her for her insights. But that is how she answered those specific questions here almost 2 weeks ago. The other thing that we've kind of been waiting for, not necessarily a restriction, but a thing that I think all of us have been hoping and waiting for, and I know a lot of the administrators have been working very hard to get this done, is to get all of our teachers vaccinated. As we all know, teachers will all be vaccinated by April 5th. This eliminates any concern of teacher to teacher COVID-19 transmission, which, as we all know, is the primary cause of any in-school infections. Student to student, student to teacher is at or near zero in every school in Dane County and across the country. Also, as all of you on the board administration are aware, but has not been publicized to the McFarland community until John just kind of hit on it a couple minutes ago, if we continue with the status quo of hybrid learning, we'll lose out an estimated $500,000 in federal funding. This is because that funding, the ESSER funding that John talked about, is actually tied to in-person instruction hours specifically. However, if we give the 80%, it's probably more than that by now, of our kids currently in hybrid learning the option to return to full-time learning for the rest of the year, we stand to be given hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal funding. Obviously, as we all know, money is not the biggest issue in all of this when it comes to the decision-making process, but coupled with the fact that there are no longer any barriers to return to full-time instruction, this money can not only be used this year to better our kids' educational opportunities and get them back maybe a little bit closer to normal, but for years to come. The latest plan that we were emailed on Tuesday, as John stated, a lot of us parents did not feel it even came close to giving, especially the 6 through 12 kids, the choice to go back full time. And then we received an email Friday saying that administration was considering updates to the plan. And as John advocated, I'm also advocating, a lot of us parents are advocating, if the plan presented tonight by administration does not include a full-time school option for K through 12, we would ask that the board please ask the administration go back to the drawing board, draft a K through 12 full-time plan that can be reviewed and voted on at a special board meeting, hopefully as soon as next week. We've also heard some rumors of some perceived barriers to full-time instruction at this time. One is the opinion that high school kids, and it's not an opinion, it's fact, some high school kids need to work to help support their families. I'm sure this is true, it's understandable, it needs to be addressed, and there's precedence for this. There are many school districts that have policies in place. I'm kind of surprised if we don't. quite honestly. The school district I went to growing up had a policy similar to this, that if you did have to work to help support your family, then the guidance counselor would work with the students to modify their schedule, sometimes reduce their schedule to only morning classes so that the student had the opportunity to work. If this is not a policy, it definitely needs to be. This is COVID or no COVID, because this is a real situation and it needs to be addressed now and moving forward. And another issue that we've kind of heard float around is McFarland kids' learning has not been affected by learning online or hybrid. We find that very hard to believe. And therefore we've requested from administration some of those statistics, have not seen them yet, but as John alluded to, Monona Grove and Mount Horeb shared both of their academic comparisons this year compared to last year in public forums. And both schools' failing grades have increased dramatically across the board. I think it's naive of us to think McFarland is any different. And in my opinion, many people's opinion, this is a clear example of our McFarland children being left behind. I don't know why this would not be more of a concern than it has been. If your student is lucky enough to be able to maintain their academics through this, that's great. I'm not saying there aren't kids that can do that, but this is clearly not the norm. I think we're discounting the many kids who are being left behind. In my opinion, this is an inequity issue. And I thought McFarland was better than this. We got a lot of press, and rightfully so, for receiving a $1 million grant for equity and inclusion back in October. I believe we are a school of equity and inclusion, and no child is left behind. But to continue this inequity when there's nothing standing in our way of giving those kids who choose to come back full-time the option would be a blatant message to all kids and families who may need extra support, that we may talk a good game when it comes to applying for grants, but when it comes to making tough decisions and creating better learning opportunities on their behalf, we fall way short. I mean, this is our opportunity to make good, put our money where our mouth is. It's been well documented, Dane County, Wisconsin, across the country. Many kids are suffering from heightened anxiety, depression, mental health issues, as a direct result of not having the opportunity to go to school full time. It's undeniable. There's a lot of research out there. I'm more than happy to send multiple research resources to anybody who would like. Yet, as the McFarland School District, we continue to discount this, and I don't know why. The only logical explanation is we don't have a good answer. So we don't want to talk about it. Again, we have the opportunity to begin to heal these kids with giving them the option to return to school full time. And I want to be really clear. We're asking for the option to return to school full time. And it's exactly that. Administrators and teachers have worked tirelessly to create a McFarland online option for all students. That online option would also still be available to any kid or family that chooses to do so. No kid is being forced to do anything. All anyone is asking for is a choice. The choice that 80% or more of our kids and families will choose if given the opportunity. So again, thank you for your time. And please, as the discussions go on tonight, please think critically about them. Please keep all kids in mind when you make your decisions tonight. We appreciate your leadership, your thoughtfulness throughout this process, and look forward to taking another huge step forward for our community's kids tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, I will be transferring Jerry Herbst.
Am I visible and
yes,
and,
yes, Jerry, thank you.
And being heard. Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Jerry Herbst, and I'm a teacher at the Indian Mountain Middle School and president of the McFarland Federation of Teachers, MFT for short. I'm here speaking as both a longtime community member and representative of our local teachers union. I'd like to start tonight by acknowledging what difficult decisions the administration and school board have had to make in this past year. This has just been a hard situation for students, teachers, families, administration, and the board. We need to have grace and compassion for one another to pull through this together. Now that teachers are in the process of being vaccinated, COVID infections and deaths are dropping, and many students are being acclimated and integrated back into the school setting, we're finally getting closer to normal. But we are not there yet and still need to keep the safety of students and staff as a primary consideration moving forward. Dr. Fauci still recommending social distancing and masking and to not ease restrictions too soon. Many families plan on traveling over spring break. For safety precautions, we may want to wait 2 weeks after spring break to look at starting phase 4 at any level. This will also allow for a 2-week period after staff get their second vaccination on April 5th. The general recommendation for the medical community is that it takes 2 weeks after the second shot before the vaccination is truly effective, totally effective. Next, I would like to thank the school board and administration for all their efforts and heartache in guiding us through this as best as possible. I would like to thank Dr. Bradell and Jeff Mahoney for meeting with MFT on a regular basis for the past year and being considerate of the perspective of our staff as the administration moved forward in the COVID decision-making process. I would also like to thank the school board for the recent willingness to listen to the perspectives of the MFT staff, especially regarding moving from step 3 to step 4. In any situation where people do not agree, if folks can sit down and share their perspectives, it promotes so much more understanding, empathy, and unity. The fact that people were able to be heard by the board in this setting meant the world to our staff. As for tonight's decision, whatever is decided, our teaching staff will move forward and make it as possible for the students and community, just like we did after the decision on December 21 to return to the step 3 hybrid model in our 3 through 12 classes. But moving to step 4 will be stressful and difficult for many staff, just like every other change we've had to make this year. We worry that some teachers are at their breaking point. Before the vote tonight, MFT would also like to take this chance to inform the board and community of the results of the recent MFT survey and some of the likely outcomes of moving from step 3 to step 4. Recently, MFT surveyed members to see how they felt about the move from step 3 hybrid to the step 4. 75% of staff shared they either felt very comfortable or somewhat comfortable being back in person in the step 3 hybrid model, which has 50% of the in-person students in the building at any given time. This number, 75%, certainly reflects the general sentiment that staff are feeling progressively more comfortable being back in person. Personally, every person I work with directly at IMMS is grateful to have students back in person. I have one class with all my students in person, and it's great. The next question on the survey asked MFT staff how they feel about going to step 4, which means all in-person students are in the building at the same time with some 612 students attending virtually. 74% shared they felt either very uncomfortable or somewhat uncomfortable moving to step 4. Based on the accompanying comments, some of the staff have safety concerns about putting 20 plus students back into a classroom, which will make distancing difficult. But there are also concerns expressed about how this could negatively impact the impact and social emotional progress that students have made in the hybrid model, especially at the K-5 level. It is likely that bringing all the students together will lead to a transitional period, which will probably lead to some backsliding, at least initially. Probably an apt metaphor that fits for going to step 4 would be 1 step back, then 2 steps forward. To provide more specific feedback regarding the likely outcomes of transferring from step 3 to step 4, a representative from each building will now share their perspectives. And since I represent Indian Mountain Middle School, where I teach, I will present on behalf of my building. As I just mentioned, there certainly is a fair amount of concern and anxiety about having 20 plus students back in our classroom. Also, this could mean some major curriculum revision, particularly for the related arts teachers. And many IMMS staff are concerned about how much more difficult it will be to meaningfully engage the students whose families have elected to continue virtually. In our current hybrid model with smaller class sizes, even that has proven to be a challenge to fully integrate the virtual students. more in-person students would make that even more challenging. Plus, many are worried that rushing into step 4 will further the gap for our marginalized students and families. With that being said, the plan proposed by Dr. Burdell this evening has IMMS remaining in the step 3 hybrid model. I would say with a fair amount of confidence that the majority of our staff are appreciative of this proposal, especially since we feel like we're just starting to get some good traction with our current model. What we are doing now is working, and many feel it would be a shame to start over again, especially with the amount of time left in this school year. Thank you very much for your time and consideration this evening. At this point, I will turn things over to the CEPS rep, Heidi Masso.
Thank you, Jerry. Next, I will be transferring Heidi Masso.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Heidi.
Awesome. Thank you, Angie. Let me just, okay. My name is Heidi Masso, and I am the MFT rep at CEPS. The teachers of CEPS, as well as other teachers in this district, have shown up with a smile behind their masks and hope in their hearts. We have done everything we have been asked to do, even when we didn't agree or feel safe. We have met every challenge head on. We have beaten the odds, and we have done what seemed like the impossible. We have sacrificed so much of ourselves to make this work for our students, our schools, and our district. Our K-2 staff have different opinions about moving to step 4. Some positive statements include being excited to bring our classes together. It seems like the next logical step towards normalcy. And most of all, our related arts staff, which really deserves to be with their kids. They've been virtual since the beginning. They write, step 4 enables us to teach our content, mostly in our spaces, to students in person. We look forward to welcoming our students and knowing that the quality of instruction is reaching them in a more meaningful way. Possible outcomes in moving to step 4 would include, essentially, we would be starting over with only 31 school days left in the year. We will be learning new routines and a new schedule. We will be taking a lot of time for building community, since that will be so important when we combine our AM and PM classes. We will be building stamina every day. We will most likely see an increase in behavior. And to give you a little perspective, we have major behaviors that include physical aggression, destruction of property, etc. Our average number of major behavior referrals from 2015 to 2019 equal 548.5 a year. This year, we've had 8. There will be a lot less teacher time for students. There'll be, which I'm sure will result in a loss of instructional time. Curriculum expectations will need to pause. As we finish the 2020-21 school year, the staff at Conrad Elvium Primary School are celebrating the growth in our students, what we have accomplished, and that we are finishing this school year face-to-face together. Thank you for listening and for all your time. And now I'm going to be passing it to Amy Case.
Thank you, Heidi. I will be transferring Amy Case momentarily.
Good.
We can hear you, Amy.
All right. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Amy Case, and I am a third grade teacher at Wabisa Intermediate School. I have enjoyed teaching grades K through 5 here in the district for almost 33 years now. I'm here tonight representing Wabisa MFT members. I would like to start first by thanking families, students, staff, administration, and the school board for their partnership in this very long and difficult journey over the past year. We are not there yet. This is often a phrase we use when we talk about a student that is working hard on a concept, but they still have not achieved their goal. We are not there yet. We have all worked tirelessly to create a safe, welcoming, educational space for students, whether it was at home, in Zoom, or now in our hybrid classrooms. But we are not there yet. At the beginning of all of this, our motto was, we are in this together. And that is exactly what we need to do now to achieve our goal. Our goal is to continue to provide a space that is going to help students succeed and feel safe. In our current hybrid classrooms, class sizes are small, therefore students are receiving one-on-one attention every day. Procedures and protocols are in place, therefore making students and staff feel safe. Students can see, talk, and interact with their teachers and their classmates, therefore feeling connected and part of that larger community. Our curriculum is focused and balanced with social and emotional learning, therefore providing a path for making growth and even progress. Our staff at Wabisa has differing views, just like every building here and all of the community. We know 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. We understand how they learn, how they work, how they play. We know that they need to feel safe and connected to their teachers and their classmates. If we move forward to step 4, there will be several of the areas from our hybrid that I just mentioned that will be impacted. It will be like beginning the year again. Students in 2 separate cohorts will need to get to know each other, connect, and become one class. That takes time. Time that will be taken away from our academics. A class of 11 will now be a class of 21 or more, sitting about 1 or 2 feet from one another. The procedures and protocols will take a great deal more time. The hand washing, the drop off, the pickup, the lunch, the recess, the new schedule, the transitions. Teachers' time and attention will be divided, not allowing for that one-on-one attention as though it is needed. Everyone has their own opinion about what moving forward means. We understand and we respect everyone's opinion, but we need to come together at this point. If the decision is to move to step 4, we would ask that you consider your timeline. All staff that chose to be will be fully vaccinated on April 19th. Families that traveled over spring break will have a 2-week timeline after returning. And at Wabisa, our students will be participating in the state forward testing beginning in April. 3rd and 4th graders have never taken a state test before. 5th graders have only taken it once, 2 years ago. Wouldn't it make sense to do this in our smaller cohorts? Over the years, we have celebrated and trusted that administration, our school board, our staff, and our community could listen and talk and work together to keep our community safe and educated. Our staff only ask that you continue to listen and trust that we do what we do out of love and care for our students. We are not there yet, but we can do this together. We must do this together. Thank you. Thank you to everybody for listening.
Thank you, Amy. I am now transferring Aaron Lampada.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you again for hearing us tonight. My name is Erin Lampada and I work at McFarland High School. I'm here today on behalf of the McFarland Federation of Teachers to share relevant information, perspectives, and concerns as they relate to the high school. I will echo and repeat my colleagues' concerns. We need to wait for vaccines to reach full effectiveness. We are exhausted by the constant changes to every single part of our job and the complexities that come with concurrent teaching of virtual and in-person students. We are not there yet. Regarding the high school, we stress that the schedule needs to remain the same with synchronous instruction occurring primarily in the morning in cohorts with support time available in the afternoons. Here are the significant factors that we have considered with our background and experience as professional educators. In general, student health risks will increase greatly if we abandon the cohort model. High school students spread the virus at similar rates to adults. Many have jobs and activities with increased exposure and will be unable to be vaccinated this school year. Although staff are now getting vaccinated, most students are not getting that same level of protection. If all students are allowed to be in person at once with less than 6 feet distancing, they will have a much greater risk of COVID exposure and school closures. We may have current hybrid students who would not feel comfortable with less than 6 foot distancing, and they may return to a virtual setting. Many students have taken on additional responsibilities during this time, such as working to support families, youth apprenticeship, youth options, and valuable work experiences that would have to change for the final quarter of the year if we extend or change our daily schedule. Keeping the current model in hybrid cohorts is more academically sound and more equitable to our virtual-only learners and to our learners who are traditionally marginalized, including students of color, students with health needs, and students with disabilities. This current model allows the opportunity for staff to work with any student who needs support in the afternoon while allowing those students who are studying asynchronously to improve their independent work skills, which will ultimately better prepare them for any career or further education. The current model also allows time and privacy for legally required IEP minutes and services in the afternoons without removing them from their peers or credit earning opportunities. This model values the quality of educational opportunities for those who need it most. Students are being given opportunities for one-on-one support, more individualized and more accessible than ever before. While the majority of our students are returning to in-person learning, we still have about 30% of students that are learning virtually all the time. If we remove cohorts, we would have double the amount of students in person at once. They would be competing for attention with the increased demands of classroom management. We also have many students who are thriving in virtual and hybrid settings. They are more resilient and independent than we ever knew, and they've grown in maturity and responsibility this year. We need to consider their needs and their access to an equitable education, because many students have needed to stay virtual learners due to household health concerns, high-risk factors, lack of access to medical care, and disproportionate impact and severity of COVID-19. This is not a choice for many. This is a necessity for them. Our students are learning and growing different skills this year than ever before, and we recognize their hard work and flexibility. The high school schedule has changed more than any other building this year. Our students need some consistency to finish the school year strong. Consistency is necessary to alleviate mental health concerns, anxiety, and time to adjust to our current hybrid learning model, which has been in place for less than a month. Our students also share that they just want to know what's going on. They too are stressed and tired of change and the negativity. We are desperately craving normalcy in every aspect of our lives, but crowding students into less than 6 feet space or extending time for a maskless lunch will not create normalcy, just more opportunities for COVID to spread and disrupt the progress that we've made. Let's not risk it all now. We must continue to all do our part to protect our students from this pandemic. We are beyond stressed out. We are all traumatized, and we are just trying to get through it together. Providing quality education this year has been frustrating and exhausting. We're trying to do what is best for all of our students every single day. In McFarland, we have been lucky and privileged to be able to invite students into our classrooms. We've had students, family, and staff get COVID-19, but we've been lucky to not have significant outbreaks, illness, and death spread from our schools. We've been privileged to begin our vaccine clinic today with huge appreciation and thanks to our administrators for advocating and organizing vaccines for us. We have also had the privilege of having enough room to accommodate 6-foot distancing in our cohorts, our custodial team to provide extra cleaning and sanitizing for us, and our food service team to provide healthy food to our students on their way home. We have had the best possible outcomes so far, and we can't leave anymore to just luck. We need to maintain our current hybrid plan with 6-foot distancing, cohorts, masking, and waiting for full vaccine effectiveness, all of which continue to be the CDC recommendation. Thank you again, school board and administrators. I appreciate the thought that you put into these crucial decisions every day to protect and prioritize the wonderful McFarland school community.
Thank you, Erin. Next, I have Samantha Zelenga, and I will be transferring you momentarily.
Hi. As Angie said, my name is Samantha Zeilinga. I have a 6-year-old, and he attended McFarland for early childhood and 4K. I pulled him to homeschool this year, like homeschool, not a virtual program. That seems to need to be clarified nowadays with how crazy everything is. But I've been watching your meetings all year long, and I have very strong opinions on a lot of things that have happened, but I've never really felt the need to speak until last week. And I'm not really here to speak about moving into phase 4. I will say I'm against it, and I believe that teachers' opinions are not being considered as heavily as they should be. They are the experts on our school. They live it every day. Listen to the teachers. But that's not really my message this evening. I was informed that multiple students of different grades from CEPS came home and told their parents that their teachers told them they would be coming back to school full-time after spring break. As far as I am aware, the vote on that is happening tonight. So why are students being told this already, especially our youngest students? Why weren't parents given the opportunity to tell their children first? This isn't a, hey, remember, we don't have school on Monday. This is a dramatic shift in their entire schedule that they're just being informed of by their teachers without their parents knowing anything about it or thinking that it's official whatsoever. If that would have been my son is autistic and has extreme anxiety issues. If someone would have told him that his entire schedule is changing except for me, it would have been so bad it could have set him back into a regression where he would have lost skills that he had gained at school this year. So the thing is, like, why were teachers telling students this? And now I don't really blame the teachers. My question is I blame the communication that they have been receiving. What this seems like to me is what I've been observing all year long. The administration makes a plan and it's just assumed that the board is going to approve it, like you're a rubber stamp. In past meetings, many of you have had great questions that the administration has no answer for, yet the vote continues. Many of you speak your doubts, then vote yes anyway. One even said they wouldn't send their own child. We elected you. You are supposed to be making the decisions here. So how are people assuming a decision is going to be made when it hasn't been made yet? I can't grasp that. I even question speaking about it because I know it's not really going to make a difference, because I'm convinced most of you have your mind made up on your decision tonight, honestly. But I just wanted it to be noted that many of us in the community see that our elected officials aren't the ones that are making the decisions here, the people that we chose. So I have a couple other points, sorry. This board and administration have a lot of work to do earning the trust back of some of our community. It's not only the decisions that have been made, it's kind of how they have played out. It's been clear that in-person students are somewhat favored, and I don't know, it's just like could be the logistics. They're just there, it's easier. I've heard many stories of kids not being let into meetings or not having their proper books. And I don't blame the teachers for this. I question, how are the teachers being supported if these things are happening? Like, what are the teachers lacking to make sure that both groups of students are receiving the same quality education? It even plays into things like the food program. This is one of the only districts in our county that distributes the food daily. And other districts do it weekly or bi-weekly to accommodate people's virtual schedules. When asked about this, on the food program, they really just don't have any answers. It's like, this is good. We're concerned about fridge space. And on the Facebook page, they even said, your kids can just bring it home with them. Well, some of our children aren't in school. Some are at home. So why are they assuming that all of our kids are in the buildings? There's no like equal footing between the two groups. It's also hard to trust the district when many of us are not receiving communication. I get all of my information about what is going on through the school, through other members of the community. I have people that forward me the emails, and I have people that ask questions on the Q&A for me because I'm not involved. I know Dr. Burdell had spoke to this in the past and said that they failed at making all of us feel like we were part of the McFarland family. But after he said that, nothing changed. I even emailed him directly. I've emailed CEPS. I don't exist, really, is what's been going on. This is an unprecedented year, and changes could and should have been made for communication. So I would like to ask that this issue be addressed when we start talking about next year. Like, this year is fine, but what about next year? Like, if I'm planning on sending my child back to McFarland for first grade, do I get a survey, or does it not matter until school starts? So I'd like that to be addressed, because I know there's quite a few of us who just feel we have no connection to the district whatsoever. Basically, personally, I don't know what my plans are for my son next year. I was planning on sending him back to McFarland, and then I decided to put an open enrollment application to Madison, which is weird. Someone's school choicing out of McFarland into Madison, because I really don't know what to do. Like, it's just, we feel such a disconnect and like a lack of trust with people. A lot of my family feels the same. I went to high school here. My two sisters went to high school here. My brother-in-law went to high school here. My sister and brother-in-law moved out of McFarland, citing that McFarland schools, I guess, weren't all they cracked up to be. My other sister's considering moving for the same reason. I moved back here when my son was in 3 and needed early childhood. Like, I came back here for this school. And now I don't know if I can trust this school with my child's mental health after being excluded, after not having two groups of people put on the same level, and after having things like children are being told major decisions about their life that aren't even happening yet. And so I know you're not going to make everybody happy. And I understand that. And that's the life of an elected official. But you shouldn't be a rubber stamp. We elected you to make the decisions, not the administration just telling you this is how it's going to go. I suspect most of you know how you will vote this evening. So, in my opinion, election day can't come soon enough. And it's not about the change of seats and who is leaving. It's about, like, when I watched the candidates for school board, many of them spoke to the fact that they are well aware that a lot of this community and a lot of the teachers have lost trust in the board and the administration. And the board and the administration have a lot of work to do to gain their trust back. And so I would like to see current members of the board feel the same way and speak out about how they're going to get people's trust back that they lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. I believe that that is the last registered individual. I believe we can move on to the next agenda item.
Comments, we're certainly past the normal hour, but our precedent has been to read comments that were submitted aloud, so I'm assuming that we're going to continue with that.
Yes.
So, right. Okay, so I know.
We haven't in the past.
That's right, we probably should make a motion to continue.
Okay, you want a motion to continue?
Continue with public comment.
Yep.
Yep.
Second.
Who first it?
Oh, I thought, I'll move that we continue with public comment until we've exhausted all those who wish to speak or be heard, or have their letters read.
I'll second with, I think we're suspending the rules, or what are we, I mean.
The public comment policy is.
No, I know, but as a Robert's rules, we're suspending the rule that we have about public comments so that we can continue?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yep.
I second that.
All right. Motion by Craig, second by Tom to extend. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes by majority.
And do you want me to start? Or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And we have a video submission.
We
Do you
do.
want to just do that one first?
Sure,
or?
sure. I will do the video.
I guess we have a video submission from Missy Burke. Who is in McFarland?
She is.
Well, I don't know if she's talking as a teacher or as a citizen, but we will find out. Looks like she'll be talking about hybrid instruction. So.
Oh, one moment. This might not work in here. Let's see. We need to get that through the. Actually, let me figure out. Sorry, we're going to have a tech issue here. Sorry
I will
about
read.
that.
We will read from Katie Halverson while you work your your techno magic. All right, I have a written submission from Katie Halverson, Lonnie Lane in McFarland. I want to thank you first and foremost for having listening sessions with our teachers. It is so important for you to hear from us and understand our perspective. We are the frontline workers behind this entire situation. I hope you were able to get an idea of how moving to phase 4 is going to add to our already very full plates. Doubling our class sizes at this late in the school year is going to be difficult, not impossible, but challenging. My fear with going back at IMMS is that it will affect our virtual students the most. Having 20+ students in person to manage behaviors, enforce safety rules, and teach is one thing, but being sure to also engage the students on Zoom is daunting. I feel as a teacher at IMMS that we are finally getting used to the concurrent teaching model, and the idea of merging AM and PM classes is overwhelming. As you are aware, transition to phase 3 wasn't easy for me, although I thought it was too soon to come back considering we hadn't had a date yet for the vaccine. However, once the decision was finalized, I moved forward. I worked through my anxiety, sleepless nights, and got the help I needed to be ready to go back. I learned how to manage the impossible task of teaching both virtually and in person that Tom referred to in his letter to the staff after the decision was made to offer a virtual option for families. I learned the concurrent teaching method, another new way to teach this year. I adjusted lessons to make them more engaging, yet also able to work for kids at home. And I did the work to be the best I could be for my students. When my students came on the first day, I put aside my feelings, smiled, and welcomed them. I've shown up every day since, doing my very best to engage both groups of students. I was finally feeling good about my job again, and then talk of moving to phase 4 started. All of the anxiety, stress, and panic that I had just overcame was back. What we are doing at IMMS is working. Our administrators have weighed the pros and cons, and at this point of the school year, another transition is not necessary. Our kids are learning and thriving. Smaller class sizes allows teachers the opportunity to connect with each of our students every single class period, both in person and virtual. Doubling the class size will be difficult to manage and enforce safety rules. As a mom of students at CEPS and WIS, I am beyond grateful for the work teachers and staff have put in, and I hope their comments will not only be heard, but also valued when the decision is made. Please don't double our class sizes, and consider the pros and cons, and if it's worth the extra stress and extra work to adjust curriculum, make yet another change this late in the school year. I just want to be able to teach and enjoy the end of the school year without making this transition. Thank you for reading this letter, and thank you for understanding my perspective and for your empathy. I think we're still waiting on technical aspects of public, or I'm sorry, of video. You want me to just continue?
Okay.
Have another.
I can go ahead and share my screen.
Oh,
and see if
all
I
right.
can get-
Very good.
Hi, my name is Lucy Burr, and I'm making this video for the school board to hear on Monday, March 15th, in regards to the decision to
Volume just went out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kate, we can't hear anything.
Right, but she's not live. She's.
Oh, this is just a tape. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm giving her hand
Sound like that
signals.
silly. I was. Huh. Nice. Yeah. Old dog, new tricks.
graders who are amazing humans, and my son happens to be one of them. So I am here specifically to speak about the decision for 6th through 8th grades potentially moving to a step 4 hybrid model. And I'm here because I would like to raise some, I feel, valid concerns with a step to moving toward that step 4 model. So first I will speak as a parent, and then I will speak as an educator, a school district employee. So as a parent, my son Michael is in 7th grade, and he has been doing the virtual learning up until this point. And we recently decided, with me being vaccinated and my parents being vaccinated, that we were comfortable with him moving back to the hybrid step 3 learning. So he will be beginning on April 7th as an in-person learner, which we're very excited about, and so is Michael. He cannot wait to get back to school. He loves it here because it's a great place to work and learn. That being said, if we were to move to the step 4 hybrid in-person model, where the students would be in the same classroom for the entire day, he would not be coming back. And there are a number of reasons for that. Primarily, his well-being and health is the number one reason. He will not be getting vaccinated because he is 13. So 13-year-olds can't get the vaccination, but they can certainly spread the virus. And to be in a room, the same room with the same kids, which is great. That's what, Dane County is asking us to do. But to be in that room for the entire day, to not get any breaks to go outside, to not be able to really just experience school the way that I would want him to in a safe environment, we would decide to keep him home instead of coming in hybrid. So that would be unfortunate for us as a family. So speaking as a parent, I am not for this decision. Speaking as an educator, I've listed some of the reasons I would not be for this move. But as an educator, sorry, that's the bell. I've already mentioned a few things, but one of the things that I worry the most about my middle schoolers is their need for movement. And to be in a room all day with the same kids, it is not logistically feasible at this point for the middle school to do what like a Wabisa is doing or the primary school is doing, where the kids can go out for recess and have a space to go. We don't have that option here at this point with our step 4 plan. So our students would possibly get recess, but it would really depend upon the teacher and their availability. If we were to try to do a lunch with a recess, we would need as many as 8 supervisors, almost for each class. It would be very logistically challenging, maybe even impossible. So for that reason, I am not for moving to a step 4 plan at this time. Our students are learning. So that's another reason. I've been in this district for 15 years. I'm an educator. I love my kids. Some of you have had your students in my class, and they will speak to my passion and my dedication to them. And I just don't feel like it's right for them. What we're doing right now is working. Is it working for everyone? No. Does anything work for everyone? No. So to make a move at this part of the year, when we're very close to the end of the year, the students have adjusted for the most part very well to the step 3 model, and they're being very safe. They're following the protocols. We're staying 6 feet apart. We're hand sanitizing. We're wearing our masks. I feel comfortable enough to say my son can come here and start learning face to face. It would be a shame if we took that away from them at the end of the year and threw a whole nother change at them for them to get used to. I just do not feel that the benefits outweigh the risks. We also have the vaccination coming, which is great. And I'm so excited that my colleagues and I are going to be fully vaccinated, and that's wonderful. But we have to remember that our students are older and therefore have a greater risk of transmitting the virus to one another. And we also have 3 new variants that we're not sure how the vaccine works against. So we're so close. I feel like we've run a marathon. We're on mile 25. Let's not stop now. It's working for most kids to stay in step 3. And if we really want to do what's best for our kids and what's best for our educators, 6-8 and 6-12 should stay in the step 3 hybrid model of instruction for the remainder of the year. Let's all get vaccinated. Let's figure out these variants. Let's get herd immunity. And then, hopefully in the fall, we can come back. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. I appreciate the hard work that you do and the decisions you need to make. And I hope that you find the decision that you make is based on what's best for kids, what's best for staff, and what's best for our whole village at McFarland. Thanks.
I'm sure she's listening.
Yeah. Oh.
So, how do you want to do this? And you want to do?
I'll start with the public comments about supporting 5 days in-person instruction. The first comment is from Shannon Alt on Overlook Drive, and she is writing that she supports bringing our kids back to full-time instruction 5 days per week. Next is Marty Blattner on Apollo Drive. She says, dear school board members, thank you for your efforts over the last year dealing with the COVID-19 COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the McFarland schools. Your jobs are not easy, and I appreciate your willingness to listen to public comments when considering the transition back to in-person schooling. I was disappointed by Superintendent Burdell's email on March 9th outlining proposed steps for McFarland schools to transition to step 4, and I feel as though these proposed steps do not do enough to support students in the older grades. I am a parent of a 7th grader and a 9th grader. My kids have been attending school for approximately 3.5 hours each day for 4 days a week for a year. They are receiving half or less of the educational time they would be receiving in a normal school year, and the proposed Step 4 plan does nothing to address this issue. When given the opportunity to start attending school in person in February, my kids were excited to be able to do so. They feel safe while in school and have reported that everyone is respectful of the requirements to wear masks and maintain as much spacing as possible. I have faith that school staff and administration would be able to facilitate a safe transition to full-time in-person instruction to those students in the older grades. I encourage the school board and administration to provide parents with the option to return to full-time in-person instruction for all grades. The next comment is from Dave Capazzo on Lake Edge Road. He writes, if the board chooses to keep kids on a non-full-time academic schedule, I would need to hear the reason why the board feels that in lieu of most other districts finding a way to make this happen, why McFarland students cannot. At this point, there is a wealth of information from districts that are back to school, some for the entire year, for us to rely upon. Time to stop overthinking this decision. Next comment comes from Amy Kroll of Ocala Drive. She writes, I would like this to be read at the school board meeting. I support giving parents the option to return to full-time in-person school for all grades. Our surrounding communities are doing it, and I think our kids deserve the chance to be back full-time too. Public school provides much more than education. It provides a safe place for students, caring adults, and a normal environment that a lot of kids do not have at home. Please give our kids the option to have more than 7 hours a week of in-person school. Next.
Is your mic on? You're having trouble hearing me. Excuse me for interrupting.
Is that better? All right, I'll read the next one and then you can tell me if it's better. Okay. All right. Sorry, everybody. All right, Josh Ganchert, Forest Edge Court. His written comments are as follows. The McFarland schools need to reopen full-time upon the kids' return from spring break. School districts all across the country have been having full-time school all year. Now that all teachers have had the opportunity to get at least one shot of the COVID vaccine, there is no reason that there should not be a full return to school. For those parents that do not wish to send their kids to full-time, there is virtual option. It is time to step up and do what is right for our children. Next is from Mark and Susan Heckel, Main Street. They are both in support of opening schools full-time. Nathan Kirch of Highway AB writes, to whom it may concern, I'm writing you this morning in support of McFarland School's immediate return to full-time in-person instruction for all grades K through 12. This line of thinking is supported by science and healthcare professionals alike. Teachers are being vaccinated. The PHMDC 6-foot rule has been abolished. Neighboring districts have or are going back full-time. We need to set aside politics and personal agendas and do what is right for our students. Please listen to the majority of your parents, students, faculty, and staff, and get our kids back in school full-time 5 days a week. The next comment is from Matthew Mattenauer, Bellingrath Street. He writes, Dear McFarland School Board members, I am writing to express my displeasure with a hesitancy on both the part of administration and the school board to get all of our children in grades pre-K through 12 back to in-person instruction. This is wholly unacceptable considering that a majority of school districts across the state have been in person since fall 2020 and that a number of neighboring school districts have voted in favor of bringing all students back at a minimum of 4 days per week once their teachers have been fully vaccinated. The optics here are not good, as there is a great perception that internal politics are delaying what is best for our children, many of whom have been learning virtually for over a year. Please do your jobs, put the local politicking aside, and do what is best for our children and return them to school full-time, in person, 5 days a week now. My daughter has been playing both club and high school sports for the duration of the pandemic, following PHMDC guidelines, and has experienced no spread or transmission of the COVID-19 virus. Next is from Rachel Mattenauer. She writes, please, and she also lives on Bellinggrath Street, please open all schools full-time. Our hospitals are not over capacity. Teachers have the opportunity to be vaccinated, and COVID-19 has a 99% survival rate. Jenny and Matt Morris of Saunders Court write, we support giving parents the option to return to full-time in-person school for all grades. Thank you for your time and efforts. Casey Ray on Bonner Trail writes, we support giving parents and children the option to return to full-time in-person school for all grades. Heidi and Jeremiah Rux on Bruce Parkway write, we support giving parents the option to full-time in-person school for all grades. Then we have Jane and Tom Sandine, County Road AB. They write, Dear McFarland School District Administrators and Board, we are writing to express our desire to return to a full-day in-person option for all of the students in the district. PHMDC's recent guidance gives you room to proceed, and COVID numbers are drastically down. Teachers that want vaccinations will get them by mid-April. There is no reason that the board should not be proceeding with increased in-person schooling. We are greatly disappointed with the proposal submitted on March 9th. The proposal does essentially nothing of quality for the high school or middle school in staying in the hybrid model with very limited in-person. The proposal indicates that the meager 7 hours per week of in-person attendance for high schoolers will continue. We are puzzled how you can rationalize that in light of the circumstances of PHMDC vaccinations and COVID numbers. Meanwhile, other districts in Dane County acted quickly to proceed with 4 or 5 day in-person for all kids, including Waunakee, a district with double our students. Waunakee's plan has 28 hours of in-person for the high school. They're also soliciting volunteers to assist with monitoring. I'm sure that could also be accomplished in this district. Stoughton is also voting on a plan for full-day instruction for all grades this week for 30 hours of in-person at the high school. Our kids have been in virtual schooling for a year now, and their educations and mental health are suffering. The entire email gives reasons that IMMS and the high school can't increase in person, but some of the reasons given are poor and give an overriding impression of it being too difficult. The high school has had many months to plan for increased in-person schooling. There should be a feasible plan on the table. One of the email's points stated that our hybrid model is working well and students are learning and feeling successful. What source did you get that talking point from, and how can you conclude that? Parents were not asked, and the IMMS students had only experienced 2 weeks of hybrid. One of the reasons given for high school is that it would disrupt the youth apprenticeship program. How can you assume that when you haven't even asked parents before this week's survey? How are Waunakee and Stoughton able to handle this and we can't? Our senior is in a youth apprenticeship, but we would gladly forego some work hours to get both of our kids increased in-person schooling. Our senior's employer is also very flexible and accommodating. The survey sent on March 8th is flawed in asking what kids do between 12:30 and 2:30, with options being homework, a job, or chores and family responsibilities. Yes, our kids increased work hours during COVID, but that was voluntary because they're bored with all of their free time. They didn't have to increase hours due to some family obligation, which I've heard is a reason for not doing school in the afternoons. The entire high school should not be held back from in-person for a select few older kids that have family responsibilities in the early afternoon. The survey did not ask if we believe the virtual schooling has provided a quality education, nor did it ask about mental health concerns. Please listen to the science and fully reopen the schools. If McFarland lags behind other districts, I hope you realize you likely will have families open enrolling out of the district. Our older kids have remained out of our schools for too long. Administration stated previously that in-house virtual could not be done. The board pushed back and said, we need it done. We are imploring you again to push back and say, we need it done. Other schools can do it. There's no reason ours can't. Our high school kids need greatly increased in-person hours in order to attain a quality education. Parents should have this choice, all the while allowing others to remain virtual. You want to finish up?
Sure.
Okay.
The next is from Caroline and Mike Schmidt, who write, we write in support of transitioning to full-time in-person education. Irina Spiegelman on Red Oak Trail. Greetings. Thank you for your continued work on reopening McFarland schools. Why aren't IMMS students able to be in school full-time now? Kids are falling behind on education. 3 hours a day is not enough for middle school. They are doing math every other term, and it's a core subject. My daughter is very concerned about how this is affecting her education. With teachers being vaccinated as of April 5th, what is holding you back? If now is not the time, please outline clearly what conditions should be met for our kids to get back to school full-time and 5 days a week. Thank you. Tom Williams on Oak Street. It's been a year since the start of this pandemic. Since the schools have shut down, daycares and other child care services have operated full-time with numbers similar to that of the schools. Furthermore, the infection rate of those in these centers is less than the general public. There are other districts in the state that have resumed full-time attendance after the initial 2-week flatten the curve pause last year. The districts have seen the same infection rate as ours has been in the hybrid environment. Statistically, more children have died in the last year from causes other than COVID. Cognitive and social development of our children will continue to suffer if they aren't offered the opportunity to return to class full-time. It's time to give our children the education they deserve. Thank you, Tom Williams. Christine Walter on Oak Hollow Drive writes, we support giving parents the option to return to full-time in-person school for all grades. And I think our final one is from Elizabeth Reiser-Lover on Frost Astor Court. It has come to our attention that a particular parent group has been pressuring the school administration and school board to reopen the school after spring break to the point it has been said parents support the decision. We belong to another parent group that is under the assumption that the school administration and McFarland School Board has been pressured into decisions, most of which were not scientifically sound, well before the announcements were officially made and long before any opposition voices could be heard. If there is a shred of truth to this, it certainly is troubling news. If the school administration and school board are acting on the advice of the first parent group without providing a legitimate and fair opportunity to be heard, then there is a strong case to be made that the Wisconsin Open Meetings Law has been violated. Given the lack of transparency by the school administration and McFarland School Board, there is inherent mistrust that you do not have the best interests of children or even the McFarland community when making decisions. At times, it seems as though lip service and niceties have been offered to try to appease everyone, yet these are just words. Now, with the reality of proceeding to kowtow to those who would have advanced an aggressive school reopening while ignoring the rest of the community and parents they oppose. Actions speak louder than words, and it's clearer than ever that there is a bias towards certain members of the community. Those that are predisposed, have loved ones who are, or even just a general concern about COVID, have been belittled, to the point that one teacher was completely ridiculed within the McFarland community and well beyond. What has been accomplished? The school administration and McFarland School Board had to be strong-armed into offering McFarland virtual option once it was shown that WeVo is not viable virtual option for most parents. Given the recent history, there is anxiety that the McFarland virtual option will be discontinued as that small parent group sows the seeds that we won against COVID with a vaccine. This is incredibly short-sighted, naive, and infuriating. The vaccine is estimated to be effective for 3 months of immunity. A booster is already being developed, and there are 3 mutant strains of concern currently running amok in the United States. To fully reopen at this point is foolhardy when the U.S. and the world has barely scratched the surface to the finish line of the pandemic. But sure, go ahead and open full-day school and cram in carriers of the virus to see how it goes in the long run. Vaccines have finally started rolling out in Wisconsin towards the speed of other states that have a better plan. What does it matter when teachers are vaccinated if the children are not also vaccinated? They are carriers to adults at home and that are not vaccinated and cannot be vaccinated yet. It's also not clear that the recommendations provided on the websites of the CDC are being followed within the schools, especially since they are updated frequently. At the end of February brought the most recent updates. The ventilation is mentioned again and again by several parents because it is the most important, not consistently wiping down surfaces. It has been shown COVID is airborne. Masks will remain important even after vaccination, plus 6 feet is not a magic number. Regardless, the CDC also has a guide on their website for reopening strategies based on community transmission rates. Looking at these, Dane County is within the 9.5 per 100,000 daily new cases, 85% ICU capacity, and 0.83 infection rate. So we are barely under the danger zone and finally between the lower and moderate risk of transmission of COVID in schools. Why risk all these gains by throwing caution to the wind? The onset of the pandemic, school administration and school board took a responsible and conservative approach, considering the well-being of its students, faculty, staff, and the community at large. However, this protective approach gave way to the parents who insisted that their children be allowed to play sports, which was granted. Then they insisted that they get back into school for even just a bit, and that was granted. Now we are barely into the hybrid schedule, and they are back again. You gave them an inch, and now they are demanding a mile. And by all indications, given that the first and second graders are coming home telling their parents that they will be in school full-time after spring break, it certainly appears a fait accompli. They have won yet again. The next school board meeting is nothing but a sham. As concerned parents, we are not going to make a demand for ridiculous and copious numbers of records such as the other group has done. However, we want an explanation as to when the decision was made and why, and ostensibly related to members of the other group, especially given that the young children of CEPS received the message ahead of the next school board meeting, where such a decision should be reached and relayed to the parents. Regards, Dr. Elizabeth Reiser-Lober, DMD, Mark Daspit, JD, Dr. Molly Naif, DNP, Miss Samantha Zeilinga, CP1. And I think that's it, right? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for attending and in person, in video, and writing in.
Yep,
It's very good.
everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Do we need a break before we? Okay.
Yes.
I think so.
All right, take a break at 8:58.
5 minutes?
Yeah, whatever you guys will need. Oh. Craig?
Clean for go.
All right. Okay. We're on line, let's see, I get my thing here first. District Administration Report.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We are going to begin with just a note that the school safety written drill evaluation notification is in your packet for review per state statute. And we're going to jump over now to our school updates. And so I just need a moment to get my screen to share here. All right. Move this over here. Okay. All right, before we begin, I just also want to mention, I want to thank everybody also for writing in for public comment, and I want to mention the administrative team is on the line to be able to join us for comment, as well as Dr. Merwin, our district medical advisor. So questions that you have throughout the presentation, I'm going to be inviting Dr. Merwin to comment here shortly as we're getting into it, because he's been with us this evening too, and he's going to be speaking to the changes in the new health update and how that affects schools. So we'll get that going here shortly. So to begin, we're going to have appreciations to begin with tonight. First, we normally do those at the end, but we're going to lead with those today. Then we'll do a quick data review. Melissa Full will cover that, and then I will talk about the vaccine update, and then we'll go into the Step 4 update as well, which will include comment review of the survey feedback, alternatives that we're proposing in addition to what was in the draft plan, and then decisions for the board to consider. So just to start with appreciations, we had a really incredible event today. We had our first vaccine clinic here at school, and I'd like to just give Lauren Arango, Kristen Strong, and everyone involved in providing our vaccine clinic today a big shout out. Thank you so much to everybody who took part in that and who organized it. It went extremely well. Thank you to all of our students for your perseverance and adaptability this year and going forward. Thank you to our entire staff, our teachers, our assistants, office staff, buildings and grounds, food service, technology, transportation, and administration for everything you do for our kids. And thank you to our district families for providing feedback on the many surveys and opportunities for input we've asked you in the recent weeks and really throughout the whole year as we've worked through this most incredible and unusual school year. So we're going to turn it over to talk about COVID data. Just a quick COVID data update. We've done these at pretty much every board meeting, and I'll turn it over to Melissa to talk about that.
Thank you, Andrew. As you can see on the data dashboard, which is updated daily, we currently have 0 active cases for students or staff within the district. The last time we had a positive case within the district was the week of February 15th. Also weekly, on the next slide of the presentation, you can see that we update weekly on our website several metrics that we use when we are looking at possible needs to return to virtual learning for some students or grade levels. During the week of March 8th, there were 0 positive cases, as well as 0 close contacts of positive cases related to cases at school. We did have substitutes. We had 14 professional staff and 4 support staff members who needed substitutes, but all of those were able to be filled with Tier 1 or Tier 2 subs, and we never needed to use Tier 3 or emergency coverage for any of our positions. And I'll turn it back to Andrew for an update on vaccines.
Thanks very much, Melissa. All right, as I said, our first vaccine clinic was today, and it was moved forward just as the clinic dates themselves were moved forward just as the draft 4 plan was released last week. Our first dose clinic was today here in the gym, and our second dose clinic is April 5th. And we've got 2 colleagues here, one with their vaccine certificate and one with one getting the jab. And we're very pleased that the process can be completed 11 days sooner than we originally anticipated. So that's just a huge step for everybody. And I'm very, very excited about that and very grateful. Okay, we're going to transition now into steps for reopening. Going all the way back to the summer, I just want to begin by reiterating what our guiding principles for reopening are. First, keeping everybody safe, focusing on social and emotional well-being of students and staff, focusing on instruction on essential learning outcomes, whether they're provided virtually or in person, Having an equity mindset to all the work that we do, being flexible has been critical, as we've seen throughout the year, and ensuring the teaching and learning environment is focused on providing successful opportunities for kids and for staff to be as engaged in learning as we possibly can. So those are our guiding principles, as they have been from the beginning. The steps for reopening plan, of course, the 5-step plan we approved back in the summer begins with staff only. That's step 1. Step 2 was full virtual instruction provided by McFarland educators. That's what most of our schools started in. Well, all of our schools started in, and very quickly Conrad Albium transitioned to step 3, which was a hybrid blended learning. And now all of our schools have been in step 3 for at least a few weeks. And we are considering a move to step 4, which is a hybrid full in-person attendance model using cohorts, although there's certainly flexibility now with even with cohorting under the new public health rules. And so that's where we are presenting options for the board to consider this evening. The steps to reopening portion, we're going to start with recapping the Public Health Order 14 that came out just recently. We'll talk about our draft plan that was shared with families and staff on the 9th and the rationale behind it, and then we'll talk about feedback from families and staff. We're going to share 2 alternatives with you to consider in addition to what's in the draft plan that have been provided based on that feedback. And then there are decisions for the board to consider, which is where we'll finish this presentation. Going back to Public Health Order number 13, that's the previous order, not the current order. This slide illustrates all the language that was struck from Public Health Order 13 as we transitioned into Public Health Order 14. And when you really boil it down, there are 2 things that came through here. One is the requirement for students to be physically distanced by 6 feet has been eliminated as a requirement. And what's now there is an emphasis in emphasizing cohorting and reducing mixing of students if we're not physically distancing by 6 feet. And so when you pull all this language together with all the editing, here's what the relevant language says now with respect to schools. Number 2 in the school section says ensuring that employees maintain at least 6 feet distancing from others to the greatest extent possible at all times. And number 3 in that section, when 6-foot distancing is not possible for students, ensuring that student and employee groupings are as static as possible by having the same group of students stay with the same employees as much as possible and restrict mixing between groups as much as possible. And so I'd like to just pause for a moment, and I'd like to invite Dr. Merwin to join in here. So we'll get his camera and his mic turned on. And then, hello to Dr. Merwin. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. You've provided us with, you're the district medical advisor, of course, and you've been advising us throughout the pandemic, and we're in communication with you very, very frequently. Can you just share with the board and with the community here your sense of what the implications are under the new order for what's safe for having students in schools, since distancing is no longer a requirement and cohorting is highly recommended, of course?
Yes, and I guess I'd like to, I don't want to rehash what's already been said. There's been excellent comments on both sides. I think people need to step back and realize the whole world is struggling with this, and flexibility is going to be key to getting us to where we need to be. We're all stressed because there's decisions that are made outside of our control, maybe not decisions we want or that we personally think are the right decisions. But if you follow the science, I think we're going to be able to get the kids back in school safely. The science is very clear that there's much more transmission in the community. One study I was looking at, there was 25 times more cases of community spread COVID-19 than there were at school. Another study actually showed that in-school attendance was protective against COVID acquisition. Kids are safe in school. Kids, if we follow the mitigation that it needs to be followed, we can get our kids back in school safely for the kids, safely for the teachers. And I think the kids have been suffering without a unified voice that they've had at the table. So I'm here to say tonight that back in school as much as possible as soon as possible is going to be what's best for the kids if you follow the science.
Thanks very much, Tom. Thanks. And, yeah, first question for you, Tom.
Yes, I can barely hear. I can't hear the question.
Oh, I can repeat it for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead and.
Okay. Dr. Merwin. So my understanding, I appreciate your comment about the community spread, and what I'm hearing about the vaccination is that you are not able to get COVID if you're vaccinated, but you can spread it. So if teachers are out in the community where there is community spread, they actually could be carriers. They might not spread it between another person who is vaccinated, but they could spread it to children. Is that accurate scientifically?
Most of the cases in children are from an adult exposure. Vaccination seems to reduce the spread somewhere by 90 to 95% once you've been vaccinated in the appropriate time frame afterwards. So it really will reduce the spread from what we've been seeing in the last year, not just the teachers, but everybody in the community. On a side note, as far as I can tell, the 12 to 18-year-old kids, we should have a vaccine by late summer or early fall. If it goes through the process and is offered for those kids. We may not have shots in the arms when the kids are going back to school in the fall, which I hope is K through 12, as much, full day, 5 days a week. If we can do that in the fall, that's my personal advice. But this vaccine for the 12 to 18-year-olds, it should be by around when they're going to the school. Now, the current administration has shown that they can really ramp up production. And if that also happens with our younger kids, the 12 to 18-year-olds, then maybe we'll have some shots in arms, fingers crossed, before they even go back to school. The next group that they'll study is 6 to 11-year-olds, but that might not be until the end of the year, beginning of next year, because part of what happens when you get into younger kids is you may need to change the dosing. The dosing for a 6-year-old may not be the same as a 60-year-old. So we'll have to stay tuned for that. But kids younger than 12 don't transmit this very easily at all. And I don't know that there's been a lot of transmission across the country or across the world. If schools have been following the mitigation experts or mitigation protocols in kids K through 12.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Of course.
So Dr. Burdell actually asked Dr. Merwin, and I'm going to speak to Dr. Burdell about one of the mitigation things that they're suggesting, which is cohorting.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm reading here is that if you keep kids in cohort, that is a mitigation strategy you should follow. Is that accurate?
I think the most important mitigation strategy is masks. I think the second most important is the 3 feet to 6 feet distance. It does not seem that there's a difference in transmission at 3 feet versus 6 feet. So I think it's safe to be at 3 feet. None of the studies that they looked at showed any difference in transmission at 3 feet versus 6 feet with COVID. And to somebody's point, one of the teachers was worried about the hands and the feet and keeping them separate. None of these schools that they looked at had anything else other than what we're trying to do. You do the best you can in the most situations, and kids will at some point be kids. But if you can follow the big rules, I don't think the little rules are as consequential.
Gotcha. I'm sorry, but I'm asking about cohorting. So I understand the spacing, and that's why they've changed it for kids. I get that. But what I'm reading here is cohorting is important.
Cohorting is important so that you minimize how many kids need to be out if there is a positive case or a potential exposure. I haven't seen any good studies to talk about cohorting versus not cohorting in the transmission, so I can't answer that with any scientific validity at this point.
Okay, but it's what the order is saying is what I'm reading. Is that what the order 14 says? Thank you.
It says restricting movement among groups as much as possible, and cohorting and keeping groups as static as possible. And what Dr. Merwin said about cohorting having implications for contact tracing is consistent with what we've heard from public health all along as well.
That totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Merwin.
Are there other questions for Dr. Merwin or other comments that you'd like to share before we go ahead and move on to the next portion of the slides? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so implications for contact tracing, and Dr. Merwin, you can speak to this too, but one of the things that's really important to keep in mind is close contact definition remains the same, which means that or anyone, but students who are less than 6 feet apart in a classroom are considered close contacts in the event of an exposure to COVID-19, and that's where the cohorting comes in, because when you're identifying students who might need to be separated or quarantined or whatever, then that 6 foot distance is really critical. Right now, we have the ability to isolate only the students who tested positive, and if 6 foot distancing was maintained, which is the current practice across the schools, then other class 8s may be quarantined from school, but they're not considered close contacts. And this allows students to attend daycare and other activities and that sort of thing. Given the distancing at anything less than 6 feet, and this is just the natural implication of the change in the public health law, or not law, but the public health order. Given distancing at anything less than 6 feet, students will be identified as close contacts and then reported to public health as such, which requires a full quarantine. So that's a change. That's just something that in any change that we make in terms of moving forward in an attendance model where 6 foot distancing is no longer the parameter, then this applies. And so we just need to be cognizant of that. So looking at the draft plan, the draft plan that was shared with community and staff last week, I'll just review that very briefly. I think we're all familiar with it, but early childhood and 4K program, there were no changes to programming there in the draft plan to move ahead. At Conrad and Wabisa, grades K through 5, the draft plan outlined full day in-person instruction 4 days a week while maintaining the virtual homeroom option at Wabisa. I'll just pause on that for a moment because I do know we had some public comment expressing concern about whether a virtual option would continue. We will be continuing the virtual options that we've had in place in what's been presented here tonight, and including in the alternative. So I just want to assure people of that. At Indian Mound Middle School for grades 6 through 8, the draft plan was to maintain step 3 current hybrid in person with the concurrent virtual option. And at the high school, the draft plan was a step 3 plus, if you will, which is to maintain the 2 days a week in-person cohorts with the concurrent virtual option, plus the addition of academic in-person support sessions in the afternoon. The rationale for the draft plan, when you really boil it down, is this. We're trying to increase in-person instruction to full days where the science most clearly supports that the risk is the lowest, and that's in grades K-5, and that's also the grades where asynchronous instruction is the most challenging developmentally. We're trying to minimize the risk of disrupting in-person instruction due to COVID-19 exposure and contact tracing, where the science is a little bit less clear in grades 6 through 12. And as we just talked about a moment ago, when we're talking about increasing or decreasing spacing, then there's more risk of a disruption to instructional environments if there's an exposure. So that's why that was a big part of the rationale in the draft plan. We're also trying to maximize opportunities for individual and small group instruction in the secondary grades at 6 through 12 by maintaining the smaller class sizes at Indian Mound in their AMP-HEM cohort model, and by adding in-person intervention office hours at the high school. So the high school schedule goes 9 to 12:30. And then there are, in the afternoon, teachers have been providing supports for kids in the afternoon all the way through. By adding in-person opportunities there, that's not a huge step, but it's an extension of in-person learning opportunities. And so that's why that was there. Wednesdays, one of the questions that comes up often is why do we have, in the draft plan and in the previous models, and what is it about, why are Wednesdays an asynchronous day? Well, There are a number of reasons for that I'd like to speak to just for a moment. K-5 teachers supervise students through the COVID protocols during times of the day that would normally be available for planning on the in-person days. So there's a lot more attention paid on the part of staff all over the district, and especially at K-5, to direct supervision and close supervision of students through the hand washing, through all the procedures that we do for COVID, through the mitigation. And Wednesdays, one of the important things about Wednesdays is that those days are used to make up this planning time, that some of which is lost during the day, during the in-person days, to COVID supervision. Another thing that's really critical in grades 3 through 12 is our teachers are teaching. We have in-house virtual instruction happening. At Wabisa, we have virtual homerooms at each grade, and at grades 6 through 12, and you heard this earlier, you've heard this before, our teachers are teaching concurrently students in person and students online. And the prep required for providing a concurrent instruction model where you're teaching both the students who are in the room with you and the students who are connecting with you virtually is significantly greater than what is typical for a fully in-person class. And so we have more planning and preparation that's needed for our staff. And then, and as one of the other implications here is that you've got, in some families, older children have responsibilities for younger siblings on the asynchronous days. And so that's why that's a district-wide 4 days a week model, and that's a big part of what happens on Wednesdays.
Do you have a number of how many?
A number of how many what?
How many our families are like that? Have a younger?
I don't have a number off the top of my head, no.
So, okay.
I don't. So let's talk about the family and student survey and the staff survey a little bit. So we shared the draft plan earlier this week, and we asked families and students to react to it. So the survey that we sent to families and students was sent to all of our K-12 family contacts and our 6-12 students currently attending the brick and mortar schools in person or virtually. Some families may or may not be over or underrepresented in the results. It's not a it's more of a pulse check survey. It's not a census survey. So we just need to understand the limitations of the instrument, the survey instrument itself. It does provide us feedback, but we need to understand the structure of it and what we can make of that feedback as we're going through. The respondents were asked to complete the survey once for each child in the family. So if there's a family with 3 children in school, they were invited to complete it 3 times, once on behalf of each child. Respondents were asked to provide feedback on the draft 4 plan outlined for their school, which is the K-5 full day in person, 4 days a week, continuing in the hybrid at Indian Mound Middle School, and continuing in the hybrid but adding the afternoon in-person sessions at the high school. So that's what they were being asked to respond to. And then in terms of responses, there were 753 total responses. And just to give you, now those don't necessarily correlate to 753 individual students. We need to keep that in mind as well. But there are 753 responses, and 200 of them came from Conrad Elvium, 191 from Wabisa, 163 from Indian Mound, 199 from the high school. And just for context, the enrollment of each of the schools is listed there for you. So the enrollment at Conrad is 478, the enrollment at Wabisa is 526, the enrollment at Indian Mound is 544, at the high school is 746, and there are currently 2,294 students enrolled in person or virtually in our brick and mortar schools. So that does not include WEVA, but that gives you the total enrollment right now. So it just gives you a sense of where we are in terms of the 753 responses and how representative of a large or a small portion of the school community that is.
And
Yes.
just a little detail, and in the 612, the IMMS and MHS, that would include student responses in this number, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
Yep.
yes,
Gotcha.
it does. Thank
Okay.
you for that. Okay, so just some themes coming back from the survey. A majority of the respondents thought the plan would have a strong positive or positive impact on students' academic success. There were large clusters at Indian Mound and the high school that said this plan would not change, would not have a change on academic success. One might attribute that to that there's those two were really maintaining the step 3 model there. A majority thought the plan would have a strong positive or positive impact on students' social and emotional well-being. There were clusters at the middle school and high school that the plan would not have a change on some social emotional well-being in that survey as well. This isn't the aggregate result, but the question was, if your child's school transitioned to full day in person 4 days per week with masks, cohorts and hygiene protocols in place, how will your child attend? And 81.5% said in person, which would include a hybrid in person at the middle school. So there's a strong majority there for in-person attendance among these 753 responses. We also asked about the priority of the timing of the teachers receiving both doses of vaccine. There's a significant portion that said that's a top priority or very important, if not a top, but not a top priority. We're very fortunate in that the vaccine clinics are scheduled in such a way that they will be complete before the transition dates that we're considering as well. So we also surveyed our staff. The staff, the draft plan was sent to staff on the same day. We used a census survey model in that sense. That we had 200 total responses from the school building staff. That's about a 52% response rate. You see we had 55 staff at Conrad respond, 44 from Wabisa, 60 from Indian Mound, and 41 from the high school. And the response rates range from 33% of the staff at the high school to the upper to mid 60s at Indian Mound and Conrad.
How come the high school is so low?
I don't know. I don't know why the response rate.
That's 1/3. 2/3 didn't even.
Yeah, I don't know, Arlen. Yeah. The respondents were asked to provide on the staff survey. This is similarly to the family and student survey. They were asked to provide feedback on the draft board plan outlined for their school, and as I said before, that's K-5 full day in person, 4 days a week. Indian Mound continuing the hybrid with virtual, the high school continuing the hybrid with virtual, and adding the afternoon in-person sessions.
And
Yes.
just to be clear, was the old plan, they did not respond to any of the new plans that are being presented after this?
They did not respond to the alternatives, that is correct.
Okay.
They were strictly responding to what was in the draft plan.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you. Nope, just details.
Absolutely. We'll just take a moment and refresh our memories on the Conrad and Rabisa Step 4 plans, which are very similar. And I'll invite Corey and Al and Greg and Brooke, if they're on the call here, to just chime in. But you heard this presented in great detail 2 weeks ago, and there's really not, there have not been significant changes here. But basically what we'd be looking at in K-5 is combining the AM and PM sessions, become one cohort, they become one class. The classrooms can accommodate 3-foot distancing for an average of 20 students. The cohorts remain together throughout the day. They don't combine with other classrooms. The safety procedures continue, masking, cohorting, and so on. The instructional focus focuses on social emotional learning. You heard in public comments references to, if we do move forward with this plan, there's going to need to be a tremendous amount of attention paid to community building, bringing together 2 groups of learners into one class. That'll be significant work. Wednesdays continue to be staff planning and collaboration. The deep cleaning of the schools, of course, occurs there. And the students will complete in asynchronous learning. Changes, the distancing, in terms of changes, distancing will be maintained between staff members between cohorts, but not within the cohorts, meaning the kids will be closer together. The staff members will still be maintaining 6 feet. Craig.
One quick question. I know that I've seen this mentioned in multiple correspondence that we've received, that there are folks that are concerned with our HVAC capabilities in all of these buildings. And I don't know that we've expressed in a public way the work that's been done in all of our buildings and the status of the air changes and such in all of our buildings. That I think some are under the impression that this isn't something that we've paid very close attention to the entire time.
Well, I'll just pause for just a moment, because it's been quite a while since we've addressed the HVAC system, but we've had that tested and checked repeatedly, and we turn the air over with great frequency, and we've maximized our filtration. So we feel very confident with the air filtration
It all
system.
got revamped in the rebuilding.
I'm aware of all that, but I'm not so sure that the public is certain that we've taken the steps on the front end to.
Right, because people make a lot of assumptions, and that's exactly what they are assumptions. And frankly, it can be kind of offensive that they think that we didn't think of any of these things when we addressed them last year already. And then to tune into one school board meeting, and because we don't mention either ventilation or asymptomatic, that we're somehow negligent in our duties, and that's completely wrong. I just wanted to say that.
The WBISA plan is very similar to the Conrad plan. We've worked really hard throughout the year to coordinate our K through 5 systems here. The differences being that the schedule for Conrad would be 8 to 2:30. The schedule for WBISA would be 8:10 to 2:40. We're fortunate to have Brooke Hauser, Al Nordhaus, Corey Shefchick, and Greg Nelson with us on the call. What would you guys like to add to the brief description that I gave of the Conrad and WBISA Step 4 plans?
Hello out there.
The only thing, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Thanks.
Oh, perfect. I think, and this was mentioned already, but certainly want to just kind of emphasize it, is that the only real difference, couple differences would just be the virtual option at WBISA. So that's something that we would continue. And then, something I think is kind of in both scenarios, both at CEPS and WBISA, and Greg and Brooke, correct me if I'm wrong, but virtual services, we're waiting to, kind of see how things kind of develop here with our plans, and we'll determine whether or not virtual services are able to continue.
Question for
virtual services, just to clarify, so virtual services are currently being done for students who are needing short-term medical, like if they're needing like a medical quarantine. And so the reason we say that is partly because, depending on how our enrollment would shake out in what parents are asking for, we certainly want to make sure that we have all of our staffing in place to support a strong, both in-person full day option and our full day virtual option. So we just want to, make it clear that, and again, that's virtual services and virtual classroom or virtual learning are two different things. The virtual services is a short-term temporary thing while students are maybe getting tested or on a quarantine. Any questions about that?
Yeah. What capacity are you at with your current virtual option, not the services?
The virtual homerooms?
Yeah.
The actual virtual. We have between 50 and 55. Because we've had students here. At one point we were close to 60, but we've had families elect to move back into hybrid.
And if the decision was to move to full-time, would parents have the option to go into virtual? Oh, for the kids, go into the virtual option?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. If the board decides to move into a step 4, then we would ask for our families to commit to another enrollment, similar to what we did here in January, where we asked our families to whether or not they wanted to commit to a in-person hybrid or a virtual option.
So I'm just kind of doing the math. So if they're about 50 to 55, would there be 25 in each? Are there 2 classes right now or just 1?
We have 3.
3, okay.
Yep. So one in each grade.
Yeah, you always do that to me. That's right. I got that math wrong the last time we talked about it, didn't I?
That's okay.
So it's 55 total across the 3 grades?
Correct.
And so there would be room for people to move into that?
Correct. Or there will be a room for students to, you may recall in the past, we talked about how we've maintained students having their homeroom slots. So students who decide to go back in person, we've done how we've described it as making a best effort to keep those kids back into their original homerooms. So they're not having to learn a new group of students and teacher as well.
Great, thank you, Corey.
Mm-hmm.
Brooke, Greg, anything to add? I spoke very quickly about Conrad, and you guys spoke about it in quite a bit of detail 2 weeks ago.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Andrew. So
really the plan, similar to WBISA for step 4 for Conrad, is really built off the good guidance coming out of other schools, especially outside of Dane County, where masking, cohorting, continuing with hand washing, continuing with cleaning procedures are really the mitigation strategies that keep students and staff in place. Of course, staff to staff and staff to student, maintaining the distancing. But really, the way we're looking at a transition to step 4 at CPS would be kind of, increasing the flexibility for the instructional practices that are already in place in step 3, keeping good safety practices in place, and, working with what we already have to just, give other opportunities to increase the student day, where currently we're not able to work on, working on building stamina for reading independently or writing independently, and adding that into the school day. So looking at it as an opportunity in that way. While I said, though, keeping those good practices in place while affording that new flexibility that comes with the transition to step 4. So that's really how we're looking at it when we think about the transition at CPS.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. Hi, Greg. So I can see, I completely get why people are thinking that moving into a full day would increase learning, and that some of the reason why people want to go full day is because people are thinking that kids are not learning. So the other side that I'm hearing is, because it's such a short period of time, basically 7 weeks or 31, 32 days, that by the time you mix the cohorts, it's basically like starting a school year again and learning all the routines, all of them together, that what you lose is all that time doing the safety mitigation stuff, which you're all doing well, but you're also losing differentiation, working individually with students, because you're working in these smaller class sizes in the AM and then in the PM. So it turns to being more of a, this the group learning versus individual learning. And is it worth that change in the middle of these little people's lives to do that? Is it worth it for those 7 weeks? And so I just wanted to throw that out there, because it's really been, challenging thinking in my head, like, is that truly, will they actually learn more, or will it be so disruptive and stressful that in the end it would be a wash? And how do we even come to terms with that? So just like I said, I'm hearing both sides, and I'd like you to maybe respond to that.
Certainly. Like you said, there's, a continuum of, the thinking. What we've begun brainstorming at CPS is really a plan to take the planning that teachers have done, anticipating kind of up until this point, an end of the school year in step 3 for when it comes to the social emotional, the literacy, the math teaching, taking that, translating that to a step 4 plan, if we do move to step 4, in April, and then taking advantage of the increased time that would come with a move to step 4 to, of course, build the new classroom community that comes with combining an AM and a PM session. Also, working on the ability that we now have in a step 4 transition to work on building stamina for, like I said, for reading and writing that we just don't have in a very tight step 3 schedule, but also expanding on just academics into the whole school day, building the stamina of our very early learners, the stamina that they have for participating in a day-long school day, because that's a typical school day for us. We haven't had that for over a year now. So we'd be working on, again, combining those sessions, building that classroom community between the AM and PM sessions, teaching the literacy, teaching the math that the teachers have already planned out through the end of the year to keep kids, on pace with the learning that we're expecting them to. but really increasing their stamina to participate in a whole school day, learn the procedures, end the year on that good note, and, you know, really even be ready for, you know, a full start to the school year next year, if that's where we're able to be at when that time comes.
I'm just wondering how much what you just described, how stressful that is on these little people that have seen so many disruptions over the course of this last year, so that if they come in for a full day, that in addition to the socially emotional changes and new skills that they have to learn because they're part of a bigger group, that we're also, you know, expecting them to, you know, catch up on their reading, you know, catch up on everything else. And is that going to be just so overwhelming that it's kind of doing more harm than good?
So in my mind, that question really speaks to the skills that our teachers have at CPS, and of course all of the schools, but really meeting the kids where they're at. In my mind, you know, our kids that we have right now, they're not behind. You know, every kid is right where they should be because they're living in a global pandemic right now, and the teachers are working to meet them where they're at. If we move to a step forward, you know, full in-person, full days, the teachers will continue to do what they're great at, continue to meet them where they're at, you know, teach them to grade level expectations, knowing that there's gaps to fill here and there, knowing that in addition to that, there's also the new community to build together, the new procedures that will come with a step 4 transition. That's what we're planning for right now at CPS. Are we, going to move to that step 4 transition? We're ready, or we will be ready in April to make that transition because, like I said, that's what the teachers are great at. We're kind of calling it almost a pseudo September at CPS if we make the transition. Sure, there's going to be the fact that we have to build in time to build those communities, but we're not going to stop the learning either. The teachers have, planned to the end of the year for math, for literacy. They're just going to have more time to do what they were already planning to do, because we have to also acknowledge they're going to be building those, the two cohorts together into that community, the new procedures. Some kids will need that extra support. We're prepared to meet them, work with those students, work with those families. But there's also other kids, on the other end of the spectrum who are ready and needing that transition too. So we meet the gamut of kids every year. Right now, we're kind of preparing ourselves to meet the gamut of kids on the spectrum of, fully ready to not ready, but we will help them get there if that's the direction we take.
I think Tom had a question.
Yeah, so I think there's going to be, and this is both for CPS and WIS or any of the schools, there's going to be a lot of question about Wednesdays, 4 days versus 5. And you do have some rationale here, but I wonder if you could expand on that. For those people who understand or wish to know why we're looking at 4 days versus 5 days a week.
Sure, I could start. I don't know, Andrew, did we get to that part yet?
We did. I talked about it briefly, and then I think this is a good opportunity to expand on it. Corey and Greg both, and Al and Brooke, please feel free to jump in as well about how Wednesdays are used, how they have been used, how they would be used going forward is important for people to understand.
Sure, I'll speak a little bit, and I won't take the whole turn, and I'll let anyone else speak after me. So to briefly touch on it, and I know there will be more to say after I talk, there's going to be extra supervisory roles that our teachers and staff have to take with a transition to step 4, knowing that we have to split up recesses more, lunches more, the transitions in and out of recesses, for example, and lunches, for example, that staff and teachers are going to have to take that just would impact the ability they have in a typical year to do their planning and collaborating, both individually planning and collaborating within their teams and grade levels. that's going to be, we still need that time sacred, especially in a model that we haven't operated under before. We're going to need that time somewhere, and that comes on a Wednesday. So that's briefly it. I know there's more to it, and I'll let anyone else chime in so I don't take up the whole time here.
Yeah, I'll just kind of add on, in addition to what Greg had said about the additional supervisory roles. One of the things that we that is quite different from years past is even the start of the day. So we have something that we call rolling starts to the day, and that's kind of this adaptation around students both being dropped off, walking to school, coming on busing, and traditionally in the past, we've had students outside playing, but of course we want to not have students congregating and getting close together and intermixing those cohorts. So that does take away additional time in the morning that staff would traditionally have for planning, because we're having those students come directly into the building. In addition to that, the planning time that Greg had talked about, related arts also comes into play. Related arts in the past, up until now, now in our step 4 plan, as you will note, we'll be teaching 4 days a week. So they'll certainly need that collaboration time. And if there's one word I guess I could say that really comes out of those Wednesday, it's coherence, right? When we have our staff who are collaborating, one of the things we talk a lot about with our instruction is guaranteed and viable curriculum for our students. And that happens because our staff are not in isolation, planning all by themselves. They're planning together, reflecting on the lessons that they're giving, and strategizing how they can do that better. In addition to that too, we have our virtual teachers right now who are doing that separately, and that gives them a time to connect with our in-person teachers to make sure that we're providing a product that for students that is equitable and top-notch, again, both for our virtual students and our in-person students. I think, yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is it fair then to say that this is time that would normally occur throughout the week that is being lost on the other days and consolidated on the Wednesdays?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, because in addition, like our related arts teachers, we're going to be tapping them. So our, as Greg said, we're going to, we have these recess times in place, and our teachers will be, asked to do that in addition throughout the day. Our related arts teachers will also be doing those recess times, which traditionally we've not had. So we're putting more of that, and of course that takes away their the planning time during the day.
Conrad and Wabisa admin team right now? Okay, all right, let's keep moving. So the feedback that we received regarding the draft plan, which is the transition to 4 days a week of full-day in-person instruction, we had 391 responses that were identified with either Conrad or Wabisa, so 391 combined. There's support for increased in-person instruction, including mentioning the benefits of social, emotional, and academic supports. There are appreciations for safety protocols. There were some who were questioning moving away from 6-foot distancing. Some questioned the timing. Would we wait until 2 weeks after the teachers are fully receive the second dose? Currently, the April 12th date is 1 week after. There were concerns expressed about the COVID variants and concerns expressed about the number of transitions during the school year. Looking at the staff side, there were 99 responses from staff combined from Wabisa and Conrad, so that's 60% of the combined K-5 staff. There was 58% expressed a strong positive impact on social emotional learning. There was approximately 2/3 of that group said there'll be much more or more classroom prep will be needed, which again speaks to the importance of Wednesdays. Less than half indicated a stronger positive impact on overall academic success, and 35% said not sure in that area. So that's a question. I think that does go to some of the things that I'm moving into interpretation of what that might mean a little bit, but you've heard questions about, you know, the social emotional transitions that'll happen in bringing classrooms together. Will that have an, you know, what will that do to growth in reading and math, for example? So I think those questions perhaps are showing up there. Some important thoughts that came through, themes in the staff survey there, where it's late in the year to be making a challenging change, and students need more in-person learning. So that's kind of a very brief summary of the feedback that came back both from the parents and the staff survey. Again, turning back to Corey and Greg and Brooke and Al, anything that stands out in there or that you'd like to add to that you've heard from families and staff regarding the feedback process?
Yeah, when you break it down to the CEPS level, what's been kind of telling to see, especially for our very early learners, which we know the majority of them benefit most from in-person instruction, is about 92% of CPS families saying they're kind of favoring and ready for that in-person increase to step 4. Another 3% even saying they're, you know, unsure but kind of wavering that way. So almost 95% of the CPS families, really just indicative of the fact that for our very early learners, you know, acknowledging the fact that for most of them in-person learning is the best model. Of course, we know there's other students who do need or benefit from a different model, but the large majority of CPS families kind of saying they're ready and feeling good about that increase to step 4. When you kind of break it down even further at the K through 2 level.
Thanks, Greg. Corey, anything to add?
Nothing else additional to add. Thank you.
Thanks.
What's the numbers on WIS?
For
we got 92% of CPS parents want the, and then, am I right?
I'm not sure what you're looking at.
You just said 92.
Oh, I follow you now. Sorry, Greg, do you want to? Go ahead, Christine.
Yeah, was that the survey that we have here? Is that the data that we're looking at here, Greg?
I'm not quite sure what you're looking at. This was the results of the family survey when it was broken down to just CPS families.
This slide broken down to CPS. So this overall 80% was expressing to return in person. When you break that down just to Conrad, which is not in your packet, but when you break that down to Conrad, Greg, would you mind saying that number again, what you said?
Yep. So the most recent results coming out of that survey, when you break it down to just CPS families, 92% favoring in-person move to step 4, another 3% saying they're, you know, leaning towards a move to step 4. So 95% of families, another 2% saying they're already doing Weaver homeschool, kind of then the final 3% saying, you know, virtual or uncertain leaning virtual. I just like to point out that that's really telling of the fact that for, like we all know, our very early learners, the majority of them, the in-person instruction is the most beneficial model.
And I'm stickler for data. You know that about me, because that's what I do. So 42% of the CPS families filled it out. That's 95% of that 42%.
Right.
So there's 58% who didn't fill it out that we have no idea how they feel.
You're looking at a portion of a portion.
You're looking at a portion of a portion. I'm not dismissing that data, but when you
I didn't know that.
Yeah, when you extrapolate or generalize, it's nice to be really clear. If we're talking, I'd have much more confidence in it if it was 90, even 70 to 90% of people, but 42% is small.
It's small. Yeah. It gives
and I'm not saying that 95% of the 100 would have said it. You know, you just don't know, and that's a hard thing with surveys.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Especially with a real tight turnaround like
exactly,
this one was.
Exactly. So I'm always curious about why people didn't and what they're thinking.
Yeah.
No, it's good to be clear. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Sorry. It's just my job.
Definitely.
just data.
All right, so thank you. Let's transition over to, we'll just continue with K5. Oh, sorry. Question from Ann. Yes,
Yeah,
let me back
can you
up here.
address this, I don't know, concern that's going around that somehow the CEPS students went home telling their families that they're going full day when it hasn't been voted on yet?
I can't. There was no directive to staff at CPS to tell the students that this was the plan to go home and tell your families they're going full day. That was never communicated on my end or from, anyone else's end, as far as I know. I can only make assumptions. I guess my biggest assumption would be that perhaps, it was maybe family conversations around the dinner table. This survey went out to families, and maybe a kid brought it up in class and the teacher had to, kind of matter of fact address it and move on from there. But it was never directive to teachers to tell students to go home and tell the families that.
Thank you.
Good to hear.
Yeah, well,
Thanks, Greg.
yeah.
So pros and cons. There's two. There's with all the things in front of us, and we'll get to this later. This large sheet kind of lays this out for you, but the options really are to remain where we are in step 3, hybrid with a concurrent virtual option. It would be sort of move forward. Those are the two options on the table, and of course, these have pros and cons. For the draft plan, some of the pros are, we're consistent with the public health orders, which have now been relaxed, and the prevailing science that supports greater confidence of safety, particularly with younger learners. Increasing in-person learning to full days for our youngest kids, including related arts, certainly provides a benefit at a grade range where virtual learning, asynchronous learning is more challenging. Addressing student social emotional well-being by having more in-person instruction and reducing asynchronous instruction. And it reduces, having students in school full day also reduces childcare needs for families as well. Some of the challenges are contact tracing is more disruptive to larger groups. We talked about that earlier because students will be sitting in closer proximity than 6 feet. And the continuity for families and staff, this will be a change. Some might see this as a pro, just looking at it from a different points of view. And then kind of the flip of that for the step 3, the challenges that we've had are less. The pros of step 3 are there's continuity in that schedule not changing, and the contact tracing it can be more precise. The smaller classes do provide more opportunity for individual attention from teachers, but the cons are kind of the flip of the pros on the other side of the ledger. There is we're not increasing in-person learning. There's more asynchronous learning, where it's less developmentally appropriate, and remaining in that current step does not address those student social emotional needs because we're not changing. And the AM/PM schedule does continue to impact families. So just, kind of a balance of things there. Greg and Brooke and Corey and Al, again, anything to add, pros and cons to that description there?
No, that really captures it from my end.
The one thing I would just like to add, I know this was spoken about earlier around the 3 foot, 6 foot. I just want to make sure that we're clear that that we're certainly not necessarily operating underneath either a 3 foot or a 6 foot. What we can say is that students, we're going to try to keep them as far apart as possible, but it may not even be 3 feet. And when we're saying that, particularly in the classrooms where we may not have furniture that can accommodate that. But again, to the greatest extent possible, we'll keep students, as far apart as they can. And we'll be clear with that with parents if there's a decision to move forward, to give them some examples about what that would look like. If there are any questions, I could certainly clarify.
Actually, that addresses the question that I jotted down here. And I'm just wondering if, and I would imagine that each classroom's a little bit different, but my question was, do we have to go all the way to 3 feet in order to get the number of kids into the class that we need to get into the class? I mean, might it be 4 feet? Might it be, something in between 3 and 6? I don't know, because I've looked through the doors at how the classrooms are set up, but I can't quite tell how much closer together they have to be in order to accommodate 20.
But I think what he's saying is sometimes it's not even going to be as much as 3.
Right.
Just so that's clear.
That's why I say each classroom is different.
I'm being clear because we don't have standard furniture in our buildings. We don't have, for example, individual desk for every single student. We have tables for students that in traditional pre-COVID times would certainly be able to accommodate, 24, 26 students. But that was obviously having multiple kids sitting at, 3, 4 kids sitting at a table. And now we're reducing that to 2, but within that 4.5-ish foot table, students, are going to be about, 1.5 to 2 feet away from each other, facing in the same direction, which is guidance that we've been given.
One of the things, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it might be good to even, if it would be helpful to go back to that slide where it kind of shows the redacted language of the order. The primary mitigation strategies for step 4 are masking and cohorting. So staying within those cohorts within school. That's really where the guidance is telling us we're able to maintain safety for students and staff. It's less so that, hard line on measuring of 6 feet or even 3 feet. It's, masking, cohorting, a little bit of bubble space when possible. I think that's, Brooke, what you were going to say. That's the verbiage we use at the K-2 setting. We're not going back to what typical school looks like, where kids are clustered together, but there's no one coming with rulers or timers in step 4. It's the masking, the cohorting, hand washing, and cleaning procedures in place that are showing, the great or the best practice of keeping kids and students safe in that transition. Brooke, were you going to say more or say that better than I did?
Well, I was just going to say that it is important to remember that, we're trying to move our practices forward. We really like to have young students working in partners, sharing a math game together, things like that. We can do that with Order 14, being that they can work together as long as they're with kids in their own cohort or in their own classroom. That's a really important move for us. And then also to be able to say, some kids are in their desks, we have sit spots on the floor, we have places that they can move their bodies throughout the day. That's all really important. And I think to both Greg's point and then something that Ann was saying before, we have a plan. We can accomplish this. We've got plans in place to be able to make the furniture work, to make the lunchroom spaces work, things like that. And Ann's point was like, is it worth it to do that for 31 days? That's kind of where it becomes the board's decision about, what we can do and what we should do. And then, where Andrew has it now on the pros and cons, there are pros and cons to both. There's heavy lifting to be done to change route right now, heavy lifting on teachers, on emotions, on kids. Some of the kids are going to thrive like crazy. Some kids are going to be anxious about it, just like the families. So it's a tough call to make for you all, but we as administrators and as educators can make it happen. We just have to be thinking about, what's best for kids and how we want to approach that. It is very possible to follow the order and make that work for us.
Yeah, and I would just thank you, Greg, for emphasizing and Brooke too, emphasizing what the order means for us and what our mitigating strategies are. I just wanted to make sure, just being super transparent about that whole distancing piece, because I know that was mentioned both by some of in our public statements, and then Dr. Merwin also mentioned some studies that were done that just that there's not a perception that we're going to be trying to measure out 3 feet in between each student, because that may not necessarily be the case. So just for point of clarity and transparency.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Brooke and Greg. Okay, let's move over to Indian mounds. So Indian mounds in the draft plan, the Indian mound model was presented as to remain in step 3 for the reasons that we've talked about before, and including because we've got concurrent in-person and virtual learning happening. And so this brings us to one of the alternatives that's going to be for your consideration here. What the slide here is, and Aaron and Brett can jump in and just offer some reminders here, but on March 1st, we presented what Indian Mound would look like in step 4 as a full day with all of our kids together. And so basically following the same path as K-5, as what we've just been talking about, K-5. The Indian Mound Step 4 plan, which is not what was in the draft plan. This would be an alternative. I just want to emphasize that. But you have seen it before, is to combine the morning and afternoon cohorts into one full day group. They would run from 9:30 to 3:30, and then all of the students would be in the school all day together. The students would remain in their rooms, the teachers would rotate, and then there would continue to be concurrent virtual instruction happening. And the safety precautions would be very similar to what's happening now at Indian Mound and what's happening, with the exception of the distancing changing, obviously. But masks and sanitizer and cohorts and arrival and dismissal being staggered throughout the building and so forth. So Aaron and Brett, would you like to just to offer a couple of reminders maybe of things that maybe I didn't mention or you could elaborate on for what, and again, this would be an alternative that's for discussion tonight, not what's in the draft plan, but just as refreshers for the board about what step 4 might look like at the middle school if that were the direction that we went.
Yeah, the only thing I would add there is that, just to reiterate what K-5 said, is that this plan is really ready to go. It's something we worked on actually in the summer. We sort of naively anticipated that we would move into step 4 much earlier and possibly back to step 3 and then maybe even sometimes back to step 2. We thought we'd be moving between models a fair amount. So our schedule was designed to allow those cohorts to remain the same, whether we were in step 2, 3, or 4. The difference here is just that the days are longer. We had lunch, we had recess, just to be clear on that, because there sounds like there's some confusion about that. So other than that, it's pretty much our same schedule, just with longer classes. And we've also added some time for independent reading, because that's something we're finding our kids unfortunately aren't doing on their own as much as we would like them to.
Thanks, Aaron. And again, I just want to be really, really clear to reiterate this, that what we serve, because we're going to jump to feedback next. Mm-hmm. The feedback is not on this. The feedback is on essentially a status quo approach. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so just to be clear. So moving ahead, the feedback that we received from families and from staff with the draft plan, which was to continue the hybrid in-person with concurrent virtual option in Indian Mound, was from families. There were 163 responses on the family survey that spoke to Indian Mound, that were connected with Indian Mound. And overwhelmingly, the majority of those respondents stated that students need more instructional time in person. And they included reasons such as more academic and mental health needs, and that the staff will be vaccinated very soon here. On April 5th is when our second vaccine clinic is. That other districts are doing similar things successfully outside of Dane County in particular, and some are beginning to transition to this in Dane County. That the current science supports it. Families have a virtual option if they're not comfortable with being in person. Several respondents stated that in the hybrid model, students have very little asynchronous work, and a few respondents shared that their support for staying in hybrid due to safety, less transition, and the challenges of being with the same students in the same room all day, and that was a reason for staying in the hybrid model. Looking over on the staff side, we had about 2/3 of the Indian Mound staff respond to the survey, and a 68%, a strong majority, indicated a positive impact or a strong positive impact on social emotional well-being in school. And again, this is with remaining in the hybrid. This isn't with a change, so just to reiterate that. A little over 80% said there'd be no change in classroom prep, which was logical if there's not going to be a change in the model, and 75% said that there would be little impact on overall academic success, again, because there's no change in the model there. Important thoughts to share that the hybrid is working for students. Students are still adjusting to the hybrid, and another change would be difficult. Staff are learning to teach and support virtual learners while teaching in person, and doubling class sizes would have a negative impact on learners. We've talked about the challenges of concurrently teaching students in person and virtually, and that longer days in the same room with the cohort would reduce student motivation and attention. and perhaps leading to increased academic and behavior issues. So, so those were themes that came from both the family survey and the staff survey. And again, Aaron, anything to add to the feedback that you've heard from your staff on these topics?
Yeah, you know, I certainly want to acknowledge that at 66% response rate for staff, we didn't get everybody, but we did get a large number of staff, and it was a very consistent theme. These themes that emerged were almost to a person in their comments. So often we have a variety of responses. Staff see things a lot of different ways. It's one of the few times that we can say that staff were pretty united in this feedback, really feeling successful with hybrid, feeling like it's going unbelievably well. Kids are engaged, they're learning. They're very worried about the Zoomers. So very concerned about our virtual kids, like that. I just feel like I want to get to them, and how do I serve them and the kids in front of me, and nervous that now I'm going to have 20 kids in front of me and 5 maybe Zooming or something. How do I, give the attention to all these people at the same time in both of these different models? So that's something that you wouldn't be able to see in K-5. It is a little bit unique to us. On the other hand, I will say, although a small sample size from families on the survey, but again, a very consistent message outside of, maybe 10 to 12 families that were really strongly advocating for staying in hybrid. A real strong contingent of people, as you heard from tonight, wanting their kids back in school for longer. So it's a bit of a different tale depending upon families or staff. And we had very few students, just a couple students that responded to the survey. So that's pretty negligible.
Arlen? Yeah. Could we add a teacher's aide or something in the classroom if they figure it's too hard to cover everybody, to make a full class go more thoroughly?
Well, certainly if there were people out there to hire and the money to pay for them, we have 24 sections running at any one time. So, it'd be a significant investment, for the district to think about what that support would look like. Fortunately, some classes do already have support in them, so that 24 number might come down a little bit. So it's certainly something that could be looked at, assuming there's the budgetary resources for that.
Which is, yeah.
We only have a minute to do that.
And
Yeah.
we can't find substitute teachers really very much as it is. So it's difficult.
Yeah. Christine.
Yeah, I have a comment about this, kind of what we're calling the status quo being in plan, the third phase.
Mm-hmm.
What I keep seeing, and this isn't directed at IMMS, it's actually directed across, is one of the cons is it does not address students' social emotional needs. I find that as a generalization to be troubling, because there are kids who are in this plan who feel like their social emotional needs to not be in a room with a lot of kids, to not feel unsafe, they are getting met. And so I do feel like it is a pro for some people. So I'm struggling with that.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing about that is what we're saying is when the kids come back, if they go to the hybrid or the plan 4, that's also going to be lumped on the teachers. So now we've got teachers teaching 20 kids in person, 5 kids online. Academically, you got to catch them all up, and you got to deal with your SEL, because that's what's being hurt right now. So that to me is a huge amount of responsibility that I'm really struggling with putting on the teachers on top of this. So I just want to throw that out there as a concern, because it's, like I said, in some cases for some kids, their perfectly happy with what they have right now. No one needs to change. And I'm guessing that's why a lot of people didn't take the survey was, I'm fine. You know, why are you asking me to survey? We just started hybrid. What are you asking me to do now? And then the second thing is we're putting a lot of pressure on the teachers to deal with social emotional needs, and anxiety and other things might be mediated now by not being in a class of 20 people where now you're afraid to get COVID as well. So just a thought.
You're saying 20 or 25?
Well, I'm saying it depends on the school. So in K-5, it might be 21 kids in a room, or at Indian Mound, I'm hearing maybe 20 kids with another 5 online. I just threw that out there as an example. So in Indian Mound, for example, they'll have 20 kids in front of them and 5 on a screen that they're trying to teach at the same time for 6.5 hours or however long it is.
And trying to pay the same attention to those 5 kids
Right.
online as they are to the 20.
Yeah. So just as a parent, I'm struggling with this idea that what we have now isn't actually meeting some kids' social emotional needs. I think I know that from myself, I know that from other friends. I'm just saying that as a parent, that we shouldn't just lump that as that's not happening. I think in some cases it is. Maybe not all, maybe not enough, but I just don't want the whole generalization to be
Perhaps
that.
it's fair to say that some might see that as a pro and others might see it as a con.
That's exactly how I would frame it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, thank you.
True.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move to speaking of pros and cons. Yeah, and I think we've talked about these a lot already, just in the last few minutes that we've been discussing things. But to remain in when you really boil it down, staying in the hybrid structure that's in place now supports the teacher's ability to provide concurrent virtual and in-person learning. Christine, thank you for recognizing that the social emotional piece could go both ways on this. And it retains the contact tracing piece being very precise because the distancing is remaining at 6 feet. I will say that it will, and this will become clear in a few minutes when we look at what some other Dane County districts are doing. Some districts are operating, or either will be starting or are contemplating operating a secondary model on a shortened schedule, like an 8:30 to 12:30 schedule, and bringing all their kids in. And what Indian Mound is doing is, and it's not maybe just obvious on its face, but what Indian Mound is doing is essentially that, but they're doing it in shifts. They're doing 2 half days. Rather than having all of their kids in for a shortened day, they're doing a half day in the morning and a half day in the afternoon. And you're going to see here some other districts that are doing essentially that with all the kids at once on a shortened day. So just want to, we may talk about that more later. But
at that time then, is then the class size numbers go down because of that?
Well, at Indian Mound they do, because you've taken that full class section, you've had some in the morning, some in the afternoon. At other districts, it's a regular class size, and they're meeting from 8:30 to 12:30, on a schedule that's similar to what our high school looks like. So, to go to a full day in person, certainly that increases in-person learning, and the benefits that go with in-person learning would hopefully accrue there. Address to the extent that addresses social emotional well-being, that opportunity affords as well. And Christine, as you said, that may cause challenges for others. It does reduce asynchronous instruction. And we kind of talked about, we'll just recover these briefly, but more students results in less support for the students attending virtually and those in person because the teachers are spread more thin, covering 2 modes of instruction at once. And then the length of the day. This is maybe a subtlety for the middle school, but when you think about a middle school, a group of 12, 13, 14-year-old students in the same classroom for the bulk of the day, they certainly have opportunities to get up and move a little bit. But that's a long day for a 12, 13, 14-year-old to be in the same room with their peers, and that's just that will be one of the classroom community dynamics that will need to be addressed. Aaron, what would you add to the picture that I just painted on both of those?
Well, one thing that comes to mind, whether it's on this slide or the previous one, that I think is important for the board to consider, and you can take it however you'd like. But when we did our enrollment to start after spring break. So people have another option. If you are virtual, to go hybrid, hybrid to go virtual. And we previously have had 21% of our students who are learning virtually. And the plan after spring break, if we continue with hybrid, is to have 13%. So we had that much of a reduction of those that are learning virtually decide, you know what, I want to come back, or I feel like it's safe to come back. You've proven that it's safe. Now, the reason why I say you can take that how you want it, because you can put it on either side of the pros and cons. The pro is hybrid's working. Don't mess with it. People feel safe. That 6 foot distance, the mask, that's making an impact. Somebody else could say they feel safe because of what you're doing, and it's been so safe, extend the day. So there's different ways to look at it, but I think I know that there have been families that have told us that if we were to move to a full day in person, that they would no longer want their child to attend. Granted, it's probably a small group. That's just an estimate. I've only had a few people tell me that directly. But that is something I think as the board faces this decision to consider is what would be the impact on the number of students learning in person if we are to move to a full day. Would we actually teach fewer students for longer?
And that would be roughly 43 students that would be joining us. So it's a substantial amount.
If you were on the current plan, is what you're saying, Brett?
Yeah. And again, I don't know how it would change. I can't predict that, but it is something to consider.
And Aaron, just for a clarification, the question was with the assumption that it would be where it is now, the status quo, right? It wasn't a consideration for, okay. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, if you look at our attendance numbers for on the survey that was about, because the survey that was given actually was what if step 4 was implemented in your kid's school? That was that slide that was way before. And that was overwhelming that people were going to send their kids in person. So, granted, a smaller sample size, but certainly many families indicated they still plan to send their kids. So,
might you, either of you, have a feel at all? I know over the course of the last month or two, occasionally with the correspondence that we get, folks bring up the fact that if this happens, we're going to lose a whole bunch of teachers. I can tell you for a fact, if this happens, we're going to lose a whole bunch of teachers. Now, I don't know where they were getting that information. I don't know how accurate it is, but do you fellas have a feel at all if we should decide to move into a in-person, more full process? Would you anticipate losing any staff, or that are you aware of any possibilities?
I've heard the same thing that you're sharing. I haven't had anybody tell me I will leave. I've had people say they're worried that staff will leave. So, that's a bit of a crystal ball to speculate. I know this, that if we were to move to step 4, there'd be several staff. The overwhelming majority of the middle school staff, according to the survey results with a fairly good response rate, that would be really challenged, worried that they weren't going to be able to meet the needs of all of their kids on a full day. That's just the truth. That's not to say that they wouldn't do it, because of course they would. Amazing educators who have embraced hybrid and made it so successful that we're having more students come. But it's pretty speculative. I appreciate the question, but I hesitate to provide a solid
Oh,
answer.
I understand. I understand completely.
How would the special ed handle it?
You know, they would have to adjust their schedule and their support to accommodate the kids. It's something that they had anticipated at the beginning of the year as well. So we have adequate staff to meet the kids' needs. There certainly would be a lot of adjusting and changes to their schedule, but we would make sure that the kids have the support that they need. You know, it wouldn't be easy, but we'd get it done. I appreciate the question.
Okay, let's move over to the high school. So the high school, we're going to start with the high school feedback. And again, the high school, the feedback that was solicited from high school families and high school students and high school staff was about maintaining the 2 days a week in person hybrid schedule that's in place now, maintaining the concurrent virtual option, and adding the in-person academic supports in the afternoon. And so on the family side, we're hearing that students need as much in-person education as possible, and they need more in-person instruction. You know, certainly some of the public comments you heard this evening speak to that. Teachers need to feel safe, so once they're vaccinated, some of the responses were allow in person after that. Being in school helps students academically. Being in school supports social emotional wellness and engagement. And Christine, just to acknowledge the point you made a little while ago that that can go both ways, of course. Virtual learning is going well was a theme. Strong desire to return in person is a theme. Maintaining current schedule and continuity, and you heard some public comment earlier speaking to that. Students with jobs have already adapted to the half-day schedule and may work after school. And for additional context, and Jeff and Ann and Sarah can jump in on this at any time, but some work that they did investigating this shows 20% of their students have work or family responsibilities between 12:30 and 2:30. Going over to the staff side, we had 41 staff members at the high school respond to the survey. That's about 33% of the high school staff. 59% said a strong or positive impact on social emotional well-being, and again we're talking about maintaining the current hybrid with these. That's what these numbers are responding to. Nearly 70% said no change in classroom prep. Nearly 60% said a strong or positive impact on overall academic success, and 39% in that question responded with not sure. Some of the most important thoughts to share, themes from those comments from staff, were that continuity is important for students and staff, and that maintain 6 feet distancing and other safety protocols is a thought there. So let me invite our high school administrators to join the conversation and just chime in on the feedback that that we received on the draft plan, and then we'll move into, there's an alternative here coming for the high school as well. We'll move into that in a moment, but what would you share just on the feedback piece?
Yeah, I would add, with the family student survey, there was a pretty strong theme about returning, but at the same time, there was other strong themes about virtual is going well. It was kind of really hard to narrow down what this survey is telling us, because it was kind of all over the place. And then I think I've heard stated tonight, it's not a large group of parents either, or a large group of students either. It's a small number of people responding. So what do you take out of it as well? So that's the one thing about the student family when I say it was tough to narrow down a lot of themes, which is why there's probably a lot there. The other thing I would say about the staff, if there's anything to take out of this, is that most important thoughts to share. Continuity, continuity, continuity is a loud theme that comes from our staff as we move forward from here.
Christine.
Jeff, can you kind of operationalize what you mean by continuity? Kind of unpack that for what your staff are referring to, please?
Following the same schedule. Not adding to the day. You'll hear, we're going to talk a little bit about, do we bring students in do we bring all students in for 4 days a week? We'll talk about that shortly. But the big thing was keep the schedule the same.
And that's the 9 to 12:36 schedule.
Correct.
Yep.
Because they've already had, I mean, I know I have a high schooler, but I should know this. They've already had a couple of schedule changes, right? Where they moved from 2 days, right, to 4, or
This is
4
our
to
second
2.
Yep, this is our second schedule.
Yep, thank you. That's right, thank you.
Yeah, 'cause they moved from AB,
Right.
to
the 4
day.
days, that's right, yeah.
Block and then,
And to add to the Wednesdays, I mean, because of that new schedule, Micah's doing a lot of his homework on Wednesdays. I know the clubs are Wednesdays at the high school, so a lot happens on Wednesdays that wasn't listed here. And I know it's very contextual to the school, and of course, you all can share all the other things that happen on Wednesdays.
The other thing I want to make sure we keep in mind when we look at schedules and teacher workload, and I said this back in August, our teachers on a regular schedule will teach 3 out of 4 classes, and they picked up 4 out of 4. So picking up that extra section has done a lot for class size to remain safe, but it also made the necessity for those Wednesdays and for those afternoons to work with prep time. So just always keep that in your mind that our staff did step up and did pick up the extra classes to keep class sizes smaller.
a section that would normally be a prep period for them.
Correct.
Right. Right. Arlen, did you have a question?
It just amazes me that I got 27% from families, I got 33% from staff. And if you want to hear your voice, you got to fill out the surveys. You're asking us to make decisions on low numbers to know how really people feel. Although we hear a lot of stuff out there, I just don't know why it isn't filled out so we have a number that's really what the staff is saying. I mean, we have 2/3 of the staff, we have no idea where they're at. And then we got 3/4 of our parents that we have no idea where they're at.
Well, I think we want to be careful on interpreting the percentage on the family response rate there, but we've got
Why?
199 responses there, but yeah. Because that's a small group. That's assuming, that 27% is assuming that each of those 199 responses correlates to one high school student, and we don't know for certain it does. So that could be smaller. That could be one where they're overrepresented.
So it could be more parents or?
No, it's the other way, fewer. It's fewer.
Fewer than a 27.
Right.
So I filled it out and Micah filled it out.
And so
Right.
we would have filled it out similarly, so it's actually lower.
So for us to sit here and try to make an educated decision, and I tell you, we take this all very seriously, and then not to have the data, as you say, you're right, I live on data too.
Mm-hmm.
And true numbers are true numbers, and this doesn't help us drive the machine. My opinion.
Jeff, anything to add on the feedback here before we move?
It wouldn't be fair for me to speculate. I have a lot of theories, but it's just speculation. Are we inundating families and students with emails constantly that they get lost in the shuffle? Can you interpret it that a lack of response means everything's okay? What do I need to say again? That's all speculation, so I probably even shouldn't have said that.
But you're right.
Yeah, you're right, it is all speculation. I mean, I think what we need to do is triangulate the data. So we've got survey data, we've all received a number of emails, we heard a bunch of public comments tonight. Take all these 3 different places and triangulate to try to make the best decision. But I'm with you, Arlen. It's
That's
hard.
all we really can do.
It's hard to interpret what these mean, but they're helpful in the themes and stuff. So.
Yeah, I'd agree. We're the board. We're the deciders. We're not having a referendum on it. So in some ways, the percentage is just a number that might give us some idea of the response rate. But the ideas that were shared by the respondents, I think, are things that help me look at sort of the bigger picture if there was something I hadn't considered. So the content is helpful for me.
So pros and cons, the pros and cons of the step 3 hybrid, or the contact tracing continues to be more focused because the 6-foot distancing remains in place because we're still in the hybrid model. There's continuity of schedule there. There is an increase to opportunities for in-person instruction with the afternoon intervention office hours being implemented. Now, granted, that's not as much change as going to a full day of instruction. It still does represent an increase in in-person opportunities. A con is that staying in the hybrid does not provide for in-person instruction for more than 2 days a week. And that students who need the intervention hours, they don't always advocate for the additional help that they need. They need to be really encouraged to do that. If you go over to, and this is where we're going to introduce the alternative that we'll get to on the next slide. But if we're looking at an alternative of moving towards 4 days of in-person instruction, keeping the same bell schedule, 9 to 12:36, keeping the concurrent virtual option, and keeping the in-person office hours in the afternoon, then here are some of the pros that come with that. And Jeff, jump in on this anytime as well. But if you work from the presumption that more in-person learning supports social emotional well-being, and Christine, again, to your point that may or may not be the case for everyone, so I just want to continue to acknowledge that. But from that perspective that in-person supports social emotional, there's certainly more of that if students are in person for 4 days a week rather than 2. In fact, you're doubling in-person learning opportunities. The continuity for students in youth apprenticeship and other students who might have working needs. And I do want to just pause on that for a moment and respond to a comment that came in public comment earlier, that we have always had supports in place for students in need. And I just don't want to I don't want anybody suffering the misconception that we are not supportive of our students with unique family situations and that sort of thing. Youth apprenticeship is, and Jeff, this is one you can certainly speak more to, but youth apprenticeship is unique because when I'm in a youth apprenticeship, that work experience is part of my curriculum. And my work assignment time block is essentially a class. And if I'm not able to get to my class until 2:30, 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon, if I'm in a trades apprenticeship, for example, often the only work at that point of day is clean up the job site. That's not what your apprenticeship is really all about.
If I can add to that too, Andrew.
Yeah.
Let's keep this in mind too. From a youth apprenticeship standpoint, McFarland High School has, if not the highest, we have the second highest number of students enrolled in our youth apprenticeship programs. Some of these other schools that don't put on a list of concerns because they have 7 students. We have 40 plus. So that's an important data point to remember why that's important, because we make sure we work around that group. It's important to us. The other thing I want to point out with the students who work is if we change the schedule and if we don't work around them, I'm going to talk about later. It's a different concept. I'm not going to bring it up quite now. We'll leave it right there. I just want you to be aware that youth apprenticeship needs to have some consistency because it's a big program for us. The other thing about the going down, the contact tracing is more disruptive. That it could be a risk for us, but I'm going to tell you, to the greatest extent possible, we're going to maintain 6 feet distancing. Class size will be as small as you possibly can. The masking, sanitizing will be important. Those protocols will stay in place.
And Jeff, sorry, Christine. Just to reiterate, the reason why that 9 to 12:36 time frame is important is that allows you to have those 4, where all the teachers are teaching 4 sections, which is what keeps the class sizes smaller.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Will that be the same issue as Indian Mound with the online students?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually a con here as well too, right?
Yeah,
That the challenge, because will they have more kids in person, right, if we went 4 days? It would double the...
Yes, but I don't think, if I look at our data, our numbers won't be near, in the 20s. They'll be 14, 18, 16 kids.
Okay. And then the online kids as well?
Right.
Okay.
Now, I don't think I'm dismissing that.
No.
It is, now I'll make sure that people understand, this concurrent instruction is very, very, very difficult and wearing on our teachers.
So that brings us to the alternative high school plan that we've been alluding to now for several slides. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, the draft plan was to keep the step 3 hybrid at the high school and add afternoon sessions in person. The revised proposal here, the alternative for the board to consider, is based on building leadership and MFT input and family survey feedback, and that's to eliminate the cohorts and have all students attend class in person 4 days a week, keeping the current daily schedule, which is 9 to 12:30, keeping Wednesdays, as we've talked about, adding the afternoon in-person intervention office hours, and keeping the virtual option, the concurrent virtual option. So that is an alternative that we're bringing for the board to consider. And the rationale for that is that the, coming from the family, the feedback, while it is a small return rate, the feedback that's coming through there is a consistent theme, as Aaron mentioned earlier in the IMMS feedback, that a consistent theme is a desire for more in-person learning. Keeping the bell schedule the same provides continuity and supports the students who are involved in youth apprenticeship and other things. And it provides more in-person instruction. You're getting in-person instruction 4 days a week rather than 2. There are a number of other high schools in Dane County, we're going to talk about that in a moment here, that are having students return to school at the high school level in some capacity, and it keeps us on track for, as you heard Dr. Merwin say earlier in the evening, he's envisioning, and when I talk with my superintendent colleagues, I think we all are envisioning a full-time return in the fall. It will likely involve wearing masks, but this keeps us on track towards that fall goal of being, having everybody in school full-time. So it's a step forward. There is, and I want to speak to this, and Jeff, jump in on this as well.
Before you do the alternative?
Yes, please, go ahead.
One other piece of rationale that really kind of pushed us to look about bringing students back, vaccinations was a key point. And if the fact if the second dose got moved back 11 days earlier, gives us 2+ weeks additional time, that really makes it not only safer for our staff to have students in place, but it made it probably more worthwhile because you had more days, 2 more weeks of them in person, as opposed to waiting until, let's say, an early May date. We can do this in mid-April.
Look at the previous schedule for the vaccine clinics, and 2 weeks after the second, that took us to May 3. Yep, but now we're sooner. Thanks, Jeff. I want to speak to this just for a moment, and then Jeff, join in, please, as well. 2 weeks ago, the high school presented a concept of extending the school day to 2:30. And so we want to speak to that, because there's still, we continue to assess that and evaluate it, and that's listed as an alternative to the alternative, if you will, down at the bottom of this slide. The idea there is to bring everybody in 4 days a week and extend the day to 2:30. That comes with some significant trade-offs, though, and so one of them, and Jeff spoke to this, is that will likely increase class sizes, because that will push teachers back to teaching 3 blocks out of 4, and so that increases your class size. And then students in youth apprenticeship and other things will face additional challenges with that extended school day. Now, is that a huge number? It's not certainly the entire student body, but it's a significant number of people. Jeff, why don't you speak to that alternative option there?
Yeah, I have a few things about why we're concerned about that option. Talking about the students we have youth apprenticeship and work experience and other family obligations, Andrew is 100% correct. We do allow and we do work around students to give them schedules that would allow them to have a free block in the afternoon or at the end of the day. What happens now is, because we have set the schedule up the way it is, students and families have taken advantage of that and now can have some extra hours to work, whether it's to help their family with earning money or other family obligations. If we extend the day and say to those students, hey, you can still go to work, but we're gonna have you drop a class, or we're gonna rearrange your schedule, there's some pretty serious implications potentially of that decision. What class does that student have to drop? Is it a required course? Is it a course that's gonna put their graduation credit earning potential at risk? Is it a class that applies to their youth apprenticeship, where they have to have that class to maintain the apprenticeship program? Is it the class that motivates them to come to school? We would be putting those students to make that decision when the continuity that we can maintain would eliminate that concern. So there's an emotional and mental health piece to that as well. I want to reiterate the teaching load piece of it, that if we extend the day to 2:30, that significantly cuts into that prep time. And like I alluded to earlier, when our staff said, we'll teach 4, it was an exchange for that additional prep time. So if we now extend the day, we're gonna have to get that prep time back to them. So we would reduce a section for each teacher, and that will increase the class sizes. And that does present a concern of maintaining that 6 feet or as close to 6 feet as possible. So there's a safety concern there. Our staff has mentioned this several times about extending the day to 2:30. The virtual students are important, and the Zoom overload, the Zoom fatigue is a real thing. And to ask our staff, our students to stick on Zoom that long is difficult. And our staff is going to struggle if we have all of our students in to make sure those virtual students are engaged. So have them on longer and struggle to engage it will be difficult. Students and staff need continuity. And changing it to 2:30 is a third schedule change in 4 terms. And the slow transition, let's get our students here 4 days a week till 12:30, allows us to prep for that transition to the fall.
Greg had a question for you.
He touched base on it.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Christine.
2 questions. Jeff, thank you so much. I just did the math, meaning I used my calculator. It looks like around 200 kids are still online. If 30% of the kids is still the accurate number, maybe it's less, maybe it's 150, but that's a significant number. How would their day look is my first question for if you were to go to 2:30. I get the 4-day, but the 4-hour.
They would be in those classes for a longer period of time, and it would force our staff now to reevaluate lesson planning and curriculum, decide, do we change the structure of their in-person or their virtual experience or not? Or do they just keep Zooming in? I don't have a great answer for that because it's a big question we have to answer yet.
Okay.
But
that makes sense, I just said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering what a day would look like. So when there's a lunch break, you know, Micah goes off Zoom and then goes eats and then comes back for the 1 o'clock class or whatever.
Yep,
so it's
exactly.
It's just that way.
Yes.
And then I had another question, but I lost it. I'm sorry. Oh, is there any cohorting?
No. There's no way to do, once you bring all the kids into the building, there's no way to do cohorts because we change classes every class period.
So there's just...
Well, what the impact of that is on contact tracing. And so, because the safety mitigation is the mask,
right,
the distancing to the greatest extent possible, and then basically the whole school is a cohort because of the way high schools operate.
Right.
We change classes and remix the class groups every class period. And that's why the middle school situation is unique in that the class stays together and the teachers come through, but the class groups don't change. Whereas at the high school, just because of the nature of a high school schedule, yeah.
So it's not, I mean, contact tracing is like the outcome. The issue is it's higher risk. Like, because you're walking around with everybody, that you're being exposed to everybody. So if one person has it, the exposure, that's the issue. It's not that you can't figure out who that person was in contact with.
So
it's actually both.
Yeah, I know.
Christine, here's our experience. You know, we want to do everything we can to get all of our students in a school every day, because we think that's important that they have that face-to-face person. So we want to try to do that. We feel pretty comfortable with the response from our student body, first of all, when they're here. They are following protocols. There's not an issue with masks. They're keeping their distance fairly well during passing time, but we're also pushing them along. If we continue to mask, if we continue to make sure to sanitize hands, if we continue to dismiss classes one student at a time, we monitor the hallways to make sure they're separated. With all those mitigating attempts, we feel that our student body has responded well, and we feel okay with this. The cohorting thing, when half the student body isn't a great cohort anyway. We also have teams playing and all the other things going on, so I think getting the kids here is important.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Without cohorts, does it follow logically that if we do have a positive case, the number of folks that would have to be quarantined would be significantly higher than if we were in cohorts?
That's one thing I wanted to make sure I stated. There is no doubt the significant risk of this is if a positive test occurs and we are not maintaining 6 feet, the larger number of students quarantined certainly is there.
Yep.
So this brings up another point that is, you know, if the board makes a decision to move forward with the smaller groups, the smaller distancing intervals and so forth, it is that much more important for students and families outside of school to self-monitor your health, to be really careful, and if you're not feeling well, to stay home and attend virtually that day. You know, that's just that much more important.
The other thing to keep in mind in my conversations with my colleagues, principals from other schools, there are other schools who have their students in and they haven't shut their school down yet, and they've been doing all people in, or all day in, or the whole student body in. So there's some truth to the fact, or to the matter of, if we follow our protocols, we will not be spreading it here.
Yeah.
Well, and that kind of falls into one thing that I jotted down here yet, and that's the feeling, just being out and about, and the feeling that I'm getting from people now that the vaccinations have started, and large groups of people are being vaccinated, the teachers are getting vaccinated, the healthcare got vaccinated. I think, and this is only my own opinion, is that people are beginning to somewhat take their foot off the gas in terms of how careful they're being going out in mass gatherings, wearing the mask at all times when you're outside of your home. You know, and to me, now would be a time to be even more diligent than we have been to this point in order to prevent issues that are going to negatively impact our learning ability if we leave the cohorts and get back into school full time or 4 days,
yeah.
full attendance.
Yeah.
So that's a concern that I've got, is that people are becoming, I don't know, just not quite as concerned, I think, about the ramifications of their actions as they affect how they feel about COVID. And
yeah,
I guess I just took a long time to say we can't take our foot off the gas at this point. We have to be even more diligent if we're going to bring more kids in.
Hey, right, and what's the trade-off? Like, if we can keep doing what's going well, perhaps we have graduation. You know, we have sports. We have these things, these milestones that kids have missed in the fall and last year, as my kids did. But if we don't, and all of a sudden we go up, then we lose all that. You know, like, what's the risk-benefit ratio? And that's where I really struggle to think about.
I struggle with that too. I look around at other, you know, there are examples of other schools, as Jeff mentioned, and that are moving forward with more kids, more full-time attendance, that are not having, schools are not super spreader events. Dr. Merwin earlier, you heard his comments about moving forward, and so I mentioned this in my message to staff today. I kind of previewed a little bit about what we've been talking about with the board today, and I said there are no easy or right answers that are satisfactory to everybody. There are just difficult decisions to make.
One thing that was kind of common across the board in the correspondence that we've gotten is people want us to follow the science. And I think to this point, we pretty much have followed the science in terms of abiding by the, Madison, Dane County Public Health. But I think we can probably bring in more kids while still following the science. I think the science has changed some.
But not everybody agrees on what the science says.
I know, I understand.
So.
I understand. That's what makes it, again, that's what makes it difficult. There's very little black and white here.
So let's take a little kind of a scan around Dane County. Now, this is not every school district in Dane County, but this is a significant number of districts, and there's a representative group here. So just looking at the district names on the left-hand column, their K-5, what they're either have already decided or what is tentatively being planned, and then middle school and high school, and then the start dates, and the ones that are pending board action are noted very clearly there. So DeForest, for example, is moving forward with 4 days a week, a full day in-person instruction, grades K through 4. That's because of how their buildings are configured. They're also moving forward with a 4 days a week, 8:30 to 12:40 in-person schedule in their middle school and high school with a concurrent virtual option. That bell schedule is similar to what we're looking at, what we currently have at our high school. Middleton Cross Plains, their board is meeting, I believe, this evening to discuss in-person 4 days a week. They do not have plans that I'm aware of at this time to move beyond that. That's still TBD in terms of what their next steps may be with their middle school and high school. I believe they just recently transitioned to in-person learning at middle school and high school, so they're very early in that process. Monona Grove has already approved 4 days a week at grades K-5, and they are also studying an increased in-person option at their middle and high school levels that will be discussed at their board in the coming weeks. They've already approved their K-5. Mount Horeb, full day in-person 4 days a week at K-5. They have a 2 days a week in-person hybrid for their secondary levels. In Oregon, and this is tentative, all of this in Oregon is tentative pending board action, is to look at in-person 4 days a week K-6. That's their grade configuration. And in-person 4 days a week, 8:30 to 12:30 at middle school and high school. Again, that mirrors what our high school is looking at. Again, that's tentative pending board action in Oregon. Sun Prairie's board approved their plan, I think 2 weeks ago, and they are doing in-person 4 days a week at K-5. They're continuing with their hybrid cohorts for the rest of the year. Now, the Sun Prairie hybrid cohorts are 2 days a week for a full day, so that's a little bit different. Stoughton is discussing, I believe their board is meeting this evening, but they are discussing full day 5 days a week with virtual at K-5. They are studying a scenario for full days for 6 through 12. That will not be going to their board until April, I believe, and Stoughton, but they are tonight discussing, or this week discussing full day 5 days a week at K-5. And then Waunakee has been board approved. There are in-person 4 days a week with a remote option at K-5, and in-person 4 days a week with a remote option, also a full day at the middle school and high school, and their transition dates are April 6th and April 12th, and that's board approved. So that gives you, there are certainly other districts in Dane County. Belleville was mentioned earlier in a public comment, Deerfield is another. The point of this is to illustrate there's great consistency across the county in-person in K-5, and there are different approaches for in-person, what that looks like in middle school and high school. And so what the options that we have are in line with what we're seeing across the county as well, just for context. So decisions for the board to consider, really at each level, the draft plan is a transition for at grades K through 5. The board can consider moving forward with the draft plan, which is that transition to 4 days in person, or you could elect to stand pat at K-5. With Indian Mound, the draft plan is to maintain the hybrid as it currently is structured with a concurrent virtual option. An alternative to that is to move forward with full day in person 4 days a week at the middle school, and that was as was presented on March 1st, and that is ready to go. And at the high school, the draft plan was to maintain the concurrent hybrid, or the hybrid, excuse me, with concurrent virtual, adding afternoon intervention office hours, and then the alternative that's presented tonight for your consideration is to transition the high school to 4 days a week in person, still keeping the same bell schedule, 9 to 12:36, with the afternoon intervention office hours as well.
How long will those hours go? Is that till 3:30 or?
Jeff, would you care to comment on how the afternoon study sessions would look? Oh, he must have turned his mic off for a second. Let him know. Those are going to be scheduled at the department.
I can talk to that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. Usually we ask that our teachers have 45 minutes to an hour of office hours that they post. That being said, I know that our teachers are saying these are my official office hours, but they do a lot of one-on-ones in that time, usually until 3:30.
Thank you, Ann. Thanks very much. So we've had a lot of discussion. The next couple of slides are opportunities to ask more clarifying questions, start to take a sense of the board. But at this point, I wanted to draw your attention to this very large document that I printed for you. What I attempted to do here was to condense everything that's in the slides into more of a document that you can have at your fingertips. So it's not everything that's in there, but the highlights are in here. The plan, the options at each grade level, what's in the draft plan, pros and cons, what alternatives exist, pros and cons, just to aid for your discussion and decision making. And so I guess before we kind of hand it off to the board for your discussions, are there any questions that you'd want to ask me or my colleagues? Clarifying questions or other things that we can be helpful with as we kind of lay this at your table.
Can I have a soapbox for a second?
Please. Yeah.
Arlen, do you mind?
What's that?
Do you mind if I have a soapbox for a second?
No, heck no.
As I note that it's 10 after 11 p.m. On a Monday night, which frankly is not unusual for this board, even when we don't have an audience. I've been on this board for 16 years. Arlen, maybe double that. I don't know where you're at, Arlen. We have a very veteran board. Even Christine, who's our newest member, has gotten up to speed very quickly. She spends an inordinate time outside of the board meetings. I think we all do. And so we have some observations tonight about us being a political board. I've never seen it. I've never seen us, any one of us or any board as the whole, have an agenda that's a political agenda. There's a lot of that going on in this country. I don't see it here. We have different opinions. Doesn't mean we have agendas. To say that we're a rubber stamp for anyone, I think is very unfair to the board members here who have literally given a lot of their lives, whether it's for decades in some cases or years. We all try to do an awesome job, and we do. And we may disagree, we may even raise our voices, but that's part of the debate. And for those of you who wish to replace us on the board, I commend you. It's a challenging position to have. What's unfortunate is you've come in the last year to see what's happened, probably the most contentious period in the board since I've been on it. But I can tell you we've worked hard in obscurity when you weren't watching as well. And so if we were considering one issue, one constituency, it would be very easy. But as a board member, not only do we have to follow the science, but we were elected by constituents who have different ideas as well. And we have to do what's right for kids, and I think that's what we always do. To every single board member, that is our mission. But we have constituencies in students. We have constituencies in parents. We have constituencies in teachers, and we have constituencies in administrators, and the community, and the taxpayers. And we do our darndest to weigh those out. So for those of you who tell us to follow the science, that is in one box. We have teachers who are vaccinated, but they have concerns about things beyond the vaccination, and we've heard that tonight. There are things that, if the schools had a chemical spill and we had cleaned it up, but our kids were out of school for 4 months, we still can't flip a switch and move to getting them all in classroom the next day. There are multiple things we have to consider. The vaccine is one, the science is one, teachers load, they're the experts on educating our children. They're telling us things we have to listen to beyond, hey, I'm glad I'm vaccinated. We have to listen to how it affects their work, and that affects how they're educating our children. We have parents who have schedules that are affected by whether they're trying to teach at home or whether they're trying to coordinate transportation. I could go on, but I really want to commend this board and every board that I've sat with, and the next board, when I'm not on it, I'm sure will do the same thing. As we work, what the public sees, and this is a public meeting, it's a meeting of the board that is public, which means the people who are watching it, see a public portion of what we do. I can tell you, every one of us has discussions with teachers, with administrators, with parents, even with students. That's part of our job too, and we bring all that information here. So what the public sees is a little window of what we do. And to believe that's all we do and that we rubber stamp whatever is put in front of us, a lot of what is put in front of us, we had a lot of input in. There's been a lot of discussion, all within the law, but we can call our administrators and say this. We can call our teachers and ask them. And so I think it's patently unfair for people to have their one issue within their one view and then talk about school board members as being political or having agendas or not considering everything. And I just wanted to stand up for our board members as well as our teachers. Teachers have concerns. That doesn't mean they don't want to teach. They have concerns. That doesn't mean don't want to do their jobs. It means they're doing their jobs beyond the classroom. And I think they put in more hours than we do on the board, and I know our administrators do too. So as we move to this discussion, I know not everybody's going to be happy, but I do know that our board will be reasonable, do what they think is best for kids, and we will have a lively discussion, and we may even raise our voices. Doesn't mean we dislike each other. We're trying to get to the right answer for our district. And it's good to have what other districts are doing, but everything's different. Our district is different from every other district. But I do want to say we are trying to do the right thing, and there's nothing hidden. There's no nefarious, behind-the-scenes thing that we're trying to cut people out or give favor to one constituency. Okay, I think I've said enough. thank you for letting me do that.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Well, I had some notes along those lines as well.
All right.
You know, first of all, I want to remind people about the evils of social media, because someone can post something on there, it doesn't have to be true, Lord knows where it came from, and it takes off. And, you know, throughout our kids going through the schools, I know the teachers try and have them learn the difference between what's an opinion and what's fact. And as adults, we need to do that too. I generally try and stay off of social media because it gets so toxic and so vile, and that's just really not necessary. And I want to just tell people to stop teacher bashing. The fact that some teachers are hesitant to go to full day is because with the smaller sections that they have now, they get more one-on-one time with your child, with each child, because it's their goal to help each child maximize their potential. And the parents that have their child, and they can advocate for their child, but they have to remember that that's how everyone else, every other parent in the district is. And the teachers have to play so many different roles that society has forced upon them. And, you know, they've become scapegoated in this country. I still don't really understand how or why, but I guess everybody's got to have a scapegoat. But it's really tragic. You know, the teachers are exhausted because they care so much about getting each child to meet them where they are and to help them succeed. And as far as them not working, quote unquote, on Wednesdays, well, of course they're going to need prep time. You know, they can't just walk into a classroom and, you know, teach. You know, they put a lot of thought and effort into what they're going to teach your children and keep them engaged. And if anything this pandemic has taught parents at home is that it is not easy to teach children, even when they're your own. And then imagine multiplying that by 20. And so just please, people, you know, remember at the beginning of the pandemic when everybody was cheering on teachers and saying, you know, how great they are? They're still great. Nothing has changed in that respect. So give them your respect. For the community, you know, you want your kids back in school, follow the protocols. You know, when I do occasionally go on social media, I don't want to see you running around without a mask. I don't want to hear about your trip to God knows where. And, you know, and then you hear of parents sending their kids to school knowing that their kid has COVID. Well, they'll wonder why teachers are afraid when parents are irresponsible like that. But like Tom said, you know, we have to think about all of the children. And at the end of the day, we have to do what we think is right for children. And on my refrigerator at home, left over from when my kids were still little, and I happened to see it today on Amy Case's wall. And this is something that I wish everybody that was on social media had, like, in front of them. You know, think. Is it true? Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? Is it kind? You know, think about that before you post stuff on social media. Because it's, you know, tearing our community apart at a time when we should be coming together. We're almost beating this. But if we're going to just butt heads on everything, we're doing a disservice to our kids. And so let's pull together And, understand that this is a very emotional issue, but at the end of the day, you have to believe that the 5 people sitting in this room that are on the board, and Andrew Burdell, and the administrators and the teachers all want is what is best for your particular child. So that's my soapbox.
Thank you, Ann.
Thanks, Ann.
You were saying, Ann?
I think I lost track. Well, thank you both for those words of support for my colleagues here, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. So what the task before the board is to determine what next steps to take in response to the change in the public health order, which puts decisions before us either to make changes or not. The large document that I have put together for you really just condenses the slide deck we've been through into a page for each grade range. So the first is K-5. 2 options before the board are one would be to move forward with the draft plan, which is a transition to full day in-person instruction 4 days a week beginning April 12th, while maintaining the virtual option at WBISA. That's really important to emphasize, to reassure people that virtual option at WBISA remains in place. The time frame is Conrad would go 8 to 2:30, WBISA would go 8:10 to 2:40. You have the other details are in the slide deck in that, but that's the summary of it. The alternative to that is to not change there and maintain the current hybrid, which is an AM/PM session 4 days a week, also with the virtual option. And so the middle school, the choices are the draft plan is to remain in step 3. So no change at the middle school is what was in the draft plan. The alternative that we're putting on the table is to move forward with what the middle school plan for step 4 which is already developed and is fully ready to be implemented, and as it was presented 2 weeks ago. So that would be a choice for you to look at as well. And then at the high school, the 2 choices are the draft plan was to maintain the 2 days a week schedule, 2 days a week in person at the high school, and adding the afternoon sessions. And then the alternative that's been developed just in the last few days in response to feedback is to transition the high school to 4 days a week of in-person on the shortened day schedule of 9, 12, 36, which is their current best schedule. And so I would offer that maybe you want to begin with the K-5 level and then transition up to the secondary, but that's completely up to you as far as how to proceed. But those are sort of the 3 decision points that are before us.
Well, okay.
What's the choice of the board?
Well, I do want a clarification because on the agenda it's a very generic, consider approving.
It's action on transition to step 4.
Right.
So you can design your motions according to what you need to do.
And when we don't have to keep K-5 together. We could do
You would need to keep K-5 together because of logistical reasons for operating the school district. So Jeff Mahoney, this would maybe be a good time for you to jump in because if you're thinking of separating Conrad and WBISA, that's not been part of our planning because of just for operational concerns. So we really need to keep K-5 as a unit.
So whatever we decide has to work for both.
Correct. Okay. That's why it's presented this way, with K-5 being a unit and middle school being separate and high school being separate. Right?
Do you need Jeff Mahoney for anything?
Let me see. There he is. Mr. Mahoney.
Well, I think you have certainly many logistical things that are shared across the K-5, the 4K-5 platform that we would have to certainly take into effect if K-5 wasn't kept as a bundle. Not only, operationally, transportation, buildings and grounds, but we also have a lot of shared services of support teachers that are, shared between buildings as well. So our Pupil Services Department stuff like that. So I think we'd keep those two bundled.
I am not suggesting I would. I was trying to think about if a motion was for each school, and then, but now that where you could do different, but what I'm hearing, we can't. So I just.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was some.
If I thought really hard, I mean,
mean-
when we get to the discussion, because I haven't made that decision about, but now that I know that does affect my decision. So, yeah. I just wanted to know how we do the motion. So, yeah.
And I should just, I'm sorry, just for clarity's sake, because we're, just to remind everybody, we're still in the district administration report part of the agenda. The action items coming later, so I just wanted to remind everybody about that. I should maybe finish off that report real quick.
It's been so long.
Right.
We lost
The board
our
meeting
agenda.
dates are coming up. They're listed in the agenda. You know, you've seen you have the school drill action report form in the packet for your review, and so really that's that is the district administration report tonight. So why don't I wrap that part up, and then that gives you the opportunity to move into action items and discussion.
All right. So
Sorry about that.
Good point. Anyway, action items. Okay, first is an action or transition to step 4 of the district plan for the gradual reopening of schools. And we have to do that in blocks, I take it then.
Yeah, is that, take each one?
Yep.
Okay.
So the first would be CEPS and WIS, right?
K5.
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 Do I have a motion for the schools? K5.
To approve an action plan on transitioning to step 4, I will so move.
Okay, step 4. Okay, Ann, yep. Second.
Second.
Craig. Questions and comments?
So I just want clarification. This is step 4, and then do we need to, I don't know, amend that, or, I mean, because there's the draft plan and the
Draft and the
alternative.
alternative.
I
But
think
what's the protocol there?
Yeah.
I think what you would need to do would be to specify, perhaps with an amendment, that you would move to approve the draft plan to transition K5 to full, if you were so inclined to.
Well, I wonder if we could just approve, because I mean, I guess we don't have to go to step 4.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So we could just vote on that, and then another motion on which alternatives.
Right, so if the alternative for K5 is to remain in step 3. So that's really, that's really what's there.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
So if the
Okay,
motion,
so the
it
motion
just wouldn't
is-
pass if we
Yeah.
didn't want to.
Okay,
Yep.
so step 4 as provided,
In
and
the-
then we're done with,
Right.
if this passes.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
As
a full day.
presented.
Right, as you could say, as
Well,
presented in the draft plan.
Yeah, as presented in the draft plan. On our big paper.
Which
Yeah.
is much appreciated from the old guys.
Yes, it is.
I remember I was talking to one of the girls I went to high school with, and she was a first grade teacher, and she's like, the kids get so excited because we'll be just like, today we're writing on big paper. And they're like, oh, so excited. I've never forgotten that.
I'm all favored.
So I have a motion from Ann, a second from Craig, to approve a transition to a full day, in-person, 4 days a week, beginning April 12th, with a virtual option at WIS. 8 a.m., Conrad CEPS 8 to 2:30, WIS 8:10 to 2:40, correct?
Correct.
Mhm.
All in favor?
No.
say-
No, we have to
Yeah,
discuss.
Discussion, I'm sorry.
I know you
That's
want to
all
get
right.
out of here.
No,
Aaron.
no, I was just trying to plod along.
Move us along.
Open discussion, here we go.
I just, I know there's been some questions regarding the start date, April 12th, and although probably even be said here tonight, I just want to make sure we understand the sort of the why that date was chosen.
Sure.
Can you go over that again for me?
Sure, sure. So April 12th was chosen because it was, it's first of all, it's after the second, it's a week after the second vaccine clinic. And so it allows the staff to receive both doses. We also recognize that it's prior to the 2 week after the second dose. But it allows us to move forward in a timely manner to maximize, if we're going to make a move, to make sure that the amount of time left in the calendar is worth the transition of making the move. And I don't know that, I think Dr. Merwin is probably not on the call anymore, but when I'd spoken with that about him, about that timing with him, his advice was that the efficacy of the vaccine is very, very, very strong, even a week after the second dose. And so there's a significant level of protection for people who receive the vaccine at that time.
And how does that match with spring break, transition to the next quarter?
Oh, sure,
and that
sure.
sort of thing?
Yep, okay, oh, walk through all that, yeah.
Well, I assume
Yep.
that was part of the.
Yeah, so spring break is the March 29th to April 2. The second dose hits of the vaccine clinic hits April 5. That's the Monday following spring break.
What were those dates for spring break again?
March 29th through April 2. Now I'm going from memory, so I should probably check a calendar to be sure, but it's the last week of March transitioning into April.
Yeah, March 29th, April 2nd.
That's it, yep,
Yeah.
thanks.
April 2nd?
Yeah.
And then so that's spring break week. And then the Monday immediately following that is the vaccine clinic. That's a professional development day for staff. Second quarter begins, well, right there. The next day is the 6th. And then, well, that's a professional development day for some of the buildings. So second quarter begins for everybody on the Wednesday the 7th, which is an asynchronous day. The 8th is the first in-person day there. So that's second quarter. And then the 12th is the first Monday of second quarter. So the timing on that lines up nicely in terms of matching it to an academic period.
Good.
Yeah.
Second quarter, or the fourth quarter of the
I'm
year?
sorry, thank you, fourth
I
quarter.
know what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would it put much of a monkey wrench in to change it to the 19th so that there were 2 full weeks after that spring break? Because, I mean, people are going to travel, and not to be a hypocrite, but I have to travel as well because I have to take my son on college tours, and I'm not driving, all over the country. But, I mean, some places of the country are not as committed to mask wearing and following other protocols. From a risk management point of view, personally, I would feel more comfortable, and I'm assuming others would as well, if that date were moved to 2 weeks after spring break.
I would agree unless there's a great reason that we can't do that. That was one of the first things I wrote down, was that I would prefer to wait the 2 weeks after their second dose.
Well, that's what, 2 more days?
Oh, it's 1 week.
It's a week.
It's a week.
12th to the 19th. Yeah, because the second dose happens on the 5th, so 2 weeks later is the 19th. The 12th is ready to go.
But I'm
Well,
more
the
concerned
spring break
about the-
ends, well, I guess they'd come back Sunday, I suppose.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
So we have a school that's on a calendar. We have all activities on the calendar.
Right.
So how much of a wrench would that put in?
Well, Corey, Greg,
Any
Aaron, if
ideas
you're
up
still
there?
on there, what would the impact of switching to the 19th be? High school folks.
We would make it work. I mean, I haven't thought about the impact specifically, but we would adjust our plans accordingly if that's the direction we're given.
One of the impacts for us at WBESA would just be around making some adjustments to the Ford exam test. We're planned to have it, and Al, feel free to jump in, but I believe late April. So we would just maybe need to do some adjustments there. I know it was mentioned earlier by, I believe maybe Amy Case about having it, while we're still in a hybrid, so that is a possibility.
Yeah, there's been some good planning around the forward test already. It would just require an additional adjustment to make it work.
Well, is that a negative in your eyes or a wash?
I don't know if I would call it a negative. I think we've learned we take the situation and we adjust. So
I would agree. I would say it is what it is. The Ford exam already had a big adjustment that allowed planning a little bit easier when they removed the text-dependent analysis portion of the exam. That was really the tough piece to schedule. So with the removal of that portion of the exam, the scheduling isn't as difficult. So we would just have to adjust dates to make sure that we are getting kids acclimated to their full group prior to throwing a mandated exam their way.
I guess I'm still okay with the 12th, but that's
What'd you say,
a
Tom?
week. I think the 12th, you're still a week after return, which I don't remember. Did they reduce the guidance now? Is it down to 10 days? Or?
Oh, boy. I can't remember. I know it's been shortened a couple of times, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go look it up.
Let me Google it.
Yeah. Allowing some buffer after spring break is part of the thinking. That's a piece of the thinking as well. It kind of lines up nicely anyway with the professional development days and the rest.
I don't know. I still like the 12th. It seems to match with a lot of different things that are going on.
Before we even talk dates, though, can we kind of take a temperature about whether or not we feel like the risks and the benefit ratio, risks and benefit, and the positive and negatives for doing this first before, and maybe people are like, oh yeah, but I just want to, before we even talk about dates, because there is some data from multiple sources of people saying, is this the right thing to do with it, 7 weeks, 31 days, before throwing up everything, throwing them all together, is the positive and negative worth it? I'm just taking a temperature here, and if that's the case, then probably dates are next on our discussion.
All right, so let's go around the room. Craig.
Right now, obviously, I've been thinking a lot about this lately. And for the longest time, I tried my very best to not pay attention to all the rest, to all the other school districts, the 70% or whatever the number of school districts were that most have actually been open since September with full students and full days, full weeks education. But to be honest with you, I think I can no longer deny the success that other school districts, the vast majority of school districts in the state, have found if the protocols are followed, the safety measures are followed, if everybody wears their masks, if for the longest time it was distance, cohorts, as long as everyone follows the protocols, I think everybody felt pretty safe. It helped me emotionally very much to find out that every teacher could be vaccinated by the 5th of April. That was a huge load on my shoulders, and I don't think I could even consider transitioning to step 4 unless the vaccination schedule had been set for all of the teachers. I think at the very least that we can do is to make sure they're all vaccinated and there's a period of time following their second dose that the vaccination should be full effect. Dr. Merwin's advice, I think, carries weight with me. I know him to be a cautious person, a responsible person. And I think, I just don't know that after watching state basketball tournaments, they actually had a state football, I believe, and all of the events that are taking place with much closer contact than sitting in a classroom, with the success that they've shown to this point, I think right now, especially for the K through 5 kids, I'm tending to lean toward transitioning them to step 4 because I think we can be successful doing that, and even if it is only for 31 days or 30 days or 26 days, that's that many days at the end of this year to prepare us maybe for the start of next year. Maybe get a sort of a modicum of normalcy back in everybody's front brain for that last month, as long as we can do it safely. And honestly, the more data that I dig up and the more that I listen, I think we can do it safely. I have confidence in our staff, all the way from buildings and grounds up through our district administrator, that we all do this because we want what's best for our kids in our village. I've kind of lived by, since I started on the board, there's kind of been one credo or motto that I've tried to live by, and when making these sorts of decisions, I think we need to do what is best for the most. I think that's the only road we can travel at this point, because there is such division amongst teachers, students, parents, community members. I think we have to remember that we are never going to please anybody. But what we have to do is try to do the very best that we can for our village, for our district, for each student. But we have to do the best we can for the most we can. I think that's absolutely all that we can do. And I'm gonna, when I do make my vote or make my decision, I'm gonna feel comfortable in it. That we are doing the best that we can do for the most that we can do it for.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I thought we were going around.
I thought we were going around the
Oh,
board.
are we?
I would have gone first.
I'm
if
not
you were
sure.
gonna
Okay.
Give us
Very
a choice.
good. Okay.
You would have passed.
Exactly.
Sorry. Thanks, Greg. You were the only one who wanted to hear.
Cool.
Well, there it is.
If we're going around the room, I'll go next. Yeah, I don't disagree with much of what Craig is saying at all. I think where I do struggle a bit is just the timing. And when I think about what's best for the kids, when I think about the change in the schedule again, they've been in the schedule since September 28th, right? they're getting such great individual attention. They're being able to, in pods of little 6 and 7 kids, work one-on-one. And so when I think about what's best for the kids, I do wonder about throwing everyone together and how that disrupts so many things. In the end, is it best for them, the 7 weeks? And like you said, preparing, I don't know if they'll remember over 3 months. I think we're all going to try to forget this year. But what will they take from it? Or will they just be happy they each had their own little special experience with their teacher? So I'm not saying that I agree with you. For me, the safety isn't as much of an issue as their academic, and the teachers saying they don't really think academically they're going to change, but then is it worth it to change up the schedule? So I'm not actually sure, but that's kind of where I'm struggling. Tom?
Kind of leaning towards going with the transition to stage 4. Again, weighing out multiple factors. And also knowing that our teachers and our administrators, as much as we put them through and how exhausted I'm sure they are, that they will make it work. And again, we heard the word continuity and understand now more what that means, and I think they will find ways to make that work as well. But I just feel like from everything I'm learning and what I'm hearing is that we need to get them back in person, even if it is just for the April, May, and part of June. I think it'll be beneficial for them.
Ann?
I'm on that same page. It's always been my goal to get the kids back in school. I, of course, don't want to, place more demands on the teachers. But I do think for kids it's the best thing to do. And for the teachers, I say it's only 7 weeks. try to survive just a little bit longer. It's no one, could have anticipated having to try and make decisions during a pandemic, much less, trying to teach a bunch of kids during a pandemic. There's no perfect answer. But I do think it's the right thing to do. The kids are excited about school. They want to be in school. I think they crave that setting. They, hopefully are, going to come fall, be, full time, and I think, this is the little transition, the little mini September or whatever it was that someone said. Yeah, it's part of the process of getting back to quasi-normal.
I think the kids want to get back. I think I have 2 grandkids that don't want to leave school. And both buildings, they got everything in tow. I think I have total confidence in them. These young men and women up there, they've got that. They got that school. They're ready to tackle it. They'll get it, and they're confident when they say it. And I think let's let them go. They've done very well.
Because they've put a lot of work and
You
effort
bet.
into it.
Absolutely.
And so I want to make sure that it's clear that
Yeah.
we all owe them
Yep.
a deep amount of gratitude for their perseverance, their dedication to their profession.
Yep. Very much so. Anything else to be said?
So are we going to stick with the 12th? I did just look on the CDC and it's 10 days.
10 days?
7 if you get tested, but 10 if you don't, so, yeah.
Well, maybe that's something we could look at too. If we're bound to bring them back to 12, maybe we could get them tested.
No, you'd have to test the people that traveled.
Oh, what were you were referring to the vaccine or travel?
Oh, I'm talking about April
break.
12th versus
I gotcha.
April.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we were thinking the vaccine.
Oh,
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
19th
yeah.
would put you 2 weeks after the second vaccine.
Yeah,
is-
and I think you were talking about spring break.
yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
You got, what's your feeling on the dates? Let's go around the room. She got a good comment.
Not hearing that, I can live with the 12th.
Christine?
I'm struggling. I'm hearing the side of the educators, and I'm hearing and wondering about. I don't know if I can say.
All right. Tom?
I'm good with 12. I think it's a well thought out date. I understand that some people will be coming back from spring break and it's only, depending on when they get back, 7 to 10 days, but we'll have vaccines by then for teachers and staff, and I would expect that anyone traveling on spring break that knows they were exposed would quarantine, and anyone who's not feeling well would not come to school. Just gotta trust that parents and kids will do the right thing, but give them a little buffer there for 7 or 10 days or so. I think I'm good with 12.
Yeah, maybe we can send out an email saying,
It's a good point.
yeah,
Help us.
yeah.
Well, we talked about that. It's all about
Community.
getting everybody on the same page and being transparent and communicating as much as we can. You can't do it too much.
And I agree. I agree with the 12. So we'll stick with the 12th date.
Okay.
So we have a motion from Ann, second from Craig. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I think
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to oppose.
Okay.
I can't see this doing this to the teachers.
Very good.
But not all teachers are on the same page either.
No, that's
So they're not a monolith either.
Next action is on the middle school. And do we include high school too, or?
You could take them separately.
Okay, yeah. Yep. There I go. Do I have any motions for the middle school?
Can I get a clarification? This would also start on the 12th. Are we trying to match up all the?
We'd line them all up,
Okay.
yeah. Yep. Yeah, and that's for operational.
So on this one, it says remain in step 3 hybrid with concurrent virtual.
So the choice to make here is, do you want to move forward with the draft plan, which is remaining in step 3, or consider the alternative of transitioning to full day in person? And that would be the choice to make here. So I don't know if it's, well, you have a motion, do you have a motion and a second on this one yet?
No, I do not.
Okay,
And
so
it-
we need a motion and then we could discuss, yeah.
Well, we need a motion.
I would move that we transition Indian Mountain Middle School from step 3 to step 4 as laid out in the
Alternative.
alternative plan.
Alternative?
Correct.
I'll second that.
Okay, got it. Comments?
We can go around the other
Yep,
way this time.
Okay. And
Why don't we start with you, Marlon? That's the other way.
well, again, I think I'm pretty comfortable. I think I'm comfortable with it. I think the staff will get it done. I was concerned about special ed. I think then they got that. That didn't bother them at all. And there's, I guess, yeah, I'm just comfortable with it.
Mine is, I have the same position as the last time. You know, I think it's important to move the kids to the extent possible back into school. And so I understand that there are some who have real concerns about it. But I think the pros far outweigh the cons, and with following proper protocols, it's a reasonable approach.
So on all of these, whether at all the schools, it's been my experience as a board member, as a parent, that the teachers, and everyone, frankly, teachers, buildings and grounds, nutrition and food service, administrators, they will take these cons and they will mitigate those cons. We don't have a staff that is a I told you so staff. We have a staff that is a problem-solving staff. So when they put out sort of the negatives on these, they weigh them out. They give us the pros, they give us the cons. I know that even sort of the ones who were maybe not fully in favor of it will do their darndest to mitigate all the negative effects, including trying to social distance as best possible as you can with middle school students. So I'm comfortable with this approach. I know there's some cons, and I know even if we have staff or teachers who don't necessarily support it 100%, they're going to be on board with it 100%. That's just how they are. So anyway, I support this, and I don't have any concerns about it.
I do not support it at all. I don't think we can ask more of these teachers again. They just transitioned a couple weeks ago. They're exhausted, they're burned out, and they're ready to break, and we've heard that over and over again. I think having the students having middle school students in a room from 9:10 to 3:30, the same room with the same kids for the next 7 weeks is going to be a massive undertaking, while trying to also teach whatever percentage, 13% or whatever it might be, online. They've said that that they don't think the academic is worth it. I don't know what social emotionally that's going to do to make a 10, 12, 14-year-olds sit in a room for 6 hours. I mean, if you really want to have middle schoolers hate school, this is what you would do. You'd put them in a room with each other, and that's it. They can't interact with anyone else. They can't do anything. So I'm really against this plan.
Well, it's not like we're going to put them in the room and lock the door and they're not going to, you know, leave. I would assume they get to get up and move around. The weather's going to be nicer. You know, they should, I would think, be able to.
They have a recess, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's it. They're eating together. They're doing everything together. They're not. It's one cohort once again. So I just
Yeah.
I can't see doing this. I just, and it's 7 weeks. We're so close to the end where we can get back to full, and we will lose teachers. I mean, I have no doubt. They've already lost trust in us. I don't think this is best. I don't think it's best. And if teachers are burned out, and that learning isn't going to happen. We're not at our best. And how does that affect the relationships they have with kids and the learning that kids will have or not have due to that? This is working. Why rock the boat? Why not? Is it worth the extra 2 hours? It's just not to me, not to the psychological damage to teachers. And I don't know, it just sounds like a really challenging behaviorally, working with kids and the online, and I'm not sure, yeah, it just sounds like a really challenging. And I know we've said, you know, they'll rise up to it, but how many times are we going to ask them to rise up before they are falling down and just can't do it anymore? So that's a long way of saying I'm against it. Sorry.
I think I would probably be for it for the same reasons that I was for K through 5. And I know there are going to be, I know it's hard to keep this age kids in a room for X amount of time and make them eat lunch in the same room and monitored bathroom breaks and the whole 9 yards. They don't like it. They're never going to like it. But what I did see since the first part of the year when we've decided to allow kids to participate in co-curriculars and such is there are no basketball players, male or female, that want to play basketball wearing a mask. They hate it. They feel like they can't breathe right, and it's nothing but a negative to them, to these kids. But when it's put to them that this is the circumstance under which you have to play if you want to play at all. And we're in a terrible, terrible time here, and I have an appreciation for our teachers that goes beyond respect. I love our teachers. Our teachers are great. Our teachers work harder than any other teachers do, as far as I'm concerned. But I do go back to the fact that all of these other districts are finding a way to do it. And again, I'm breaking my old rule about don't do it just because somebody else is doing it, but the sheer numbers are so overwhelming in terms of all the sheer number of districts that are going to be back to having all of their kids in 5 days a week, or they have had that for the last 7 months. I just feel like the need to have these kids back in school under some sort of a normal circumstance is critically important.
But they are in. I mean, they are in school. I mean, the kids are there now. It's not like they're not there, and they're doing well.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't want us to look at this like all of a sudden they're back in, you know.
Mm-hmm. But just because they're doing well in hybrid doesn't mean that they're not going to do well, you know, in full day. You know, especially at that age, they need to be around their peers. And, you know, we've had them sitting at home for a year. Hopefully they've been sitting at home. And we got to give kids some credit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Let them rise up to the occasion.
Well, and
Let them monitor their behavior.
And I think in a lot of ways, their risk is higher when they're out of school.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
because I walk all over town. I do it all the time, especially when the weather starts to get nicer. And there's a lot of kids getting together. There's a lot of park basketball games. I see the parks are open again now, in the village at least, and they're crowded. So I think maybe while they're in school, that's probably the safest part of their day in terms of getting sick.
Well, but they're doing that without masks. So
Right.
they're actually, it's not safe. So what we're seeing in the community on Facebook.
Well, I'm saying what
on
we see in the
pictures-
community is not safe.
Right, but
That
those
they're
same
safer
kids
at
come
school.
into, the classroom and play with their masks and do all sorts of things.
Yeah.
I mean, if you read the survey
Oh, yeah.
from the different staff, I mean, we're not talking 100% compliance here, you know?
I
on middle school.
understand. I understand.
And,
And
you
the
know,
older
as
they
soo-
get, the harder that is.
And then as soon as they eat, all the masks are off. So now we're all in the same room, and there's how many kids and a teacher with all their masks off. So once again, is it worth the risk when we have 7 weeks to go to put them in that situation? We know that they're not doing it across the community. But once again, I respect your opinion. It's
Yeah, and I wonder how different it's going to be if we do wait until the fall. Are we going to have the same, are we going to start from ground zero again in the fall? You know, obviously you don't know because circumstances could change dramatically over the summer in one way or another.
let's hope not.
Well, we can agree to disagree.
Mhm.
All right. So we'll have a, let's see, we need a motion, don't we? We got that?
No,
think
we
I
got
did.
We
that.
got that. Yeah, we got that. Yep. So a motion and second.
No, Craig and Tom. I did the K5.
Oh, I got you. I was on the wrong line. I got my boxes. Okay. I got it. Yeah, motion from Craig, second from Tom. Damn it. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye, me, nay.
4-1. Okay, next is the high school. Do I have a motion for the high school?
I'll make a motion to consider the alternative in-person 4 days a week with the PM in-person intervention office hours. So the revised step 4 proposal.
And I'll second.
Just a second. Christine? Is that the first one on
It's the
Second.
one on the right hand
that? Oh,
side.
there we go. There we go.
The alternative one.
Yep. Christine. Second from Ann. Okay, comments?
Well, I like the fact that this keeps the same schedule, so we're not injecting any, right?
No additional time. I think they're 9 to 12:30 now, aren't they?
Oh,
Right.
but
keeps-
here, it's talks here. Oh, so
Yeah.
we want to get rid of that in that same box.
Extend the day to
I
2:30.
think you want to
Yeah.
specify in the motion perhaps, or Christine, let me just ask for clarity. Were you referring to the 9 to 12:36 schedule in your motion?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. So it gives the benefit of kids having more time in school. It gives additional opportunities for kids who are struggling to get additional help. It is you know, a continuity in terms of scheduling.
Which one? We're doing this one, 9 to 3:30?
Flip your page. That's
Oh, shoot, that's what I was. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Thank you.
You bet.
Very good. Tom?
I believe in general that in a situation like this, if we don't move forward, we're not just sitting still, we're moving backward. And I think we do have to consider all the details and all the data and all the communication and correspondence that we've had. I just think that it's an advantage, even though we're eliminating the cohort, which potentially could cause us issues with positive tests.
Well, there isn't a cohort now. There's no cohorting now. Well,
Just in the terms of half of the kids are Monday,
Right,
Tuesday,
yeah,
but it's
exactly,
very,
yeah.
very minimal.
Yeah.
But they
it's-
don't.
Yeah.
Do we have a lot of mixing though?
Well, every time that, in the high school, every time there's a class period change, the kids regroup.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I
they
see,
go to
I
four,
see, I
they go
see.
to four
Yeah.
different
Okay,
classes.
that's
Right.
correct.
But half the
That's right.
school is the 2 days and
Right.
half the school is the
And-
other.
But they try to rotate them too, though, don't they, on that? Or how-
Well, you get half the school Monday, and half the kids
No,
come
but
in
I
person
think he
Monday.
means some of the kids come in the building in one door and other
Oh,
kids come in the building.
yeah.
So it's not like everybody's going through the main doors and that there's this huge,
When I see the kids come in the buildings, they're using multiple doors and they're spaced out. They go through, the first thing you do is they get their
Yeah.
hands and they do all that.
And,
Yeah.
and I think I'd add that, you know, if we're gonna make these changes, we have to rely on parents to watch their kids for any sort of indication that they're ill, and you don't send your kids to school ill, ever. And if we can take a temperature or do anything else previous to them getting on the bus and coming into school, that would be great as well. But I think we'd have to put part of the responsibility for getting all these kids back into school. It's got to be laid at the door of their parents.
well, and the kids themselves, they're old enough at that age to know
Right.
right from wrong.
And, you know, maybe we have to get to a point where there are consequences for not following the protocols
Absolutely.
multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
I have a feeling that, you know, if we've got kids that are playing loose and fast with the rules and the restrictions and getting away with it, I think then we have an issue where we have to decide that there needs to be consequences.
And that's going virtual,
That's correct.
yeah.
They just can't be in here anymore if they
Right.
can't follow the protocols.
Good point. Good point. Christine?
So the reason why I'm comfortable with this one is because currently the cohorts are, you know, half the school comes in Monday, Tuesday, the other half comes Thursday, Friday. The virtual kids go Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Right.
So that class has already been formed. There's 30% of kids who are virtual, so the class sizes are smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Teachers will be vaccinated. It's the least disruptive, I think, to the kids who are in youth apprenticeship, the kids who are online.
Kids with IEPs as well.
Right, because they're going to have the additional support in the afternoon. So for me, this meets all the criteria for trying to do the best for the most. I think the teachers have already been doing the online and the concurrent in person, although I'm not minimizing the effect of the blending of the classes. The fact that 30 are online, 30% still to me is a significant amount that the class sizes are smaller. So I'm comfortable that it kind of meets all of my criteria for, so that's it.
I don't have much to add. I agree with what's been said. On this one and all of these, an incredible amount of time has been spent, an incredible amount of thought and planning, not on just this phase, but every phase along the way throughout the pandemic, and it shows. And so I appreciate that. Appreciate the thought that went into it. Everything from transportation, food service, building and grounds, scheduling, continuity, and also understanding that the teaching style or setup is different. We have virtual along with in person. So I'm very thankful that all this prep thoughtfulness went into it, made our board decisions, I think, at least in my mind, more cogent about what it is we're looking at and the reasonings for it. So I can support this one as well.
Very good. As will I.
And I just want to say too, when we were talking about, people that only tune in to our meetings on occasion, and they don't know what we do outside.
Yeah.
I mean, I spent hours talking to the superintendent of a school, Union School, Unified School District, high school. Well, anyway, because they had been in person since September.
Really?
And, well, how does it work? And how does this work? And what do you do about this? And so, I did my homework on this, so I feel very comfortable that this can be done successfully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the part of don't make a decision based on what other people are doing. That actually is, that's a good source for information is other people.
Yeah,
Especially other people in districts similar
right.
to this one.
Yeah.
And from the folks I've spoken with and just the indications that I see in print, I think essentially the Dane County schools are on the same page for the most part. There might be some differences in when and how and which grades are put together in their structure, but I am comfortable with this one as well.
Very good. So, we have a motion from Christine, second from Ann. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes by majority. Very good.
I just want to add one more thing about, the fact, some people say, oh, you just delay, excuse. No, we're trying to keep your kids safe, and we're trying to keep our staff safe.
Yep.
And
We're trying to keep their parents safe.
trying to keep the whole community
Exactly.
safe,
Trying to keep grandma and grandpa safe.
Yeah.
Many of us won't be vaccinated for a long time yet.
So to say things like that, it's really offensive.
Well, we're trying to work within, Dane County is different. I think we
Right.
can all
And it is
acknowledge
different.
that.
You bet.
And sometimes we have to play the cards we're dealt. And if we were in Florence County or somewhere else, we might be talking about different things at different meetings, but sometimes we do what we can with the
Right.
constraints we have. So I appreciate how we do that and that we are thoughtful about it. And I hope others can appreciate it even if they don't agree with us.
Yeah.
Right, and we're often speaking for for the voiceless often, who need a virtual option, who need a certain
You bet.
amount of time.
There are a lot of equity issues tied into that.
Absolutely, and once again, I know coming out of this, we'll get feedback. And we're not going to make everybody happy. We need, for me, I don't need to say anything more.
Very good. So, move on. Next action item is on WEBA Destination Career Academy Insight School of Wisconsin. I request approval of recommended students transfer back to their resident district due to lack of engagement. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Craig, second.
I'll second.
Ann. Any questions, comments?
There's more, of course, but they are hiring a new head of school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so our next meeting is Thursday. I sit on the board for them.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, just in this transition time, and I don't even know if it's related, or, I mean, who knows with COVID and online, so.
Yeah.
But there is going to be a new head of school for it, so.
Was that a mutually agreed upon parting of the previous head of school, or?
You know, I just, you know how sitting on that board is, you just listen.
Yeah,
For the last year, it's been an interim.
Oh.
And she appears to have been doing a fabulous job. So I don't know the circumstances of how she got to be there, but it's been going well. And
this is a tough year for them, too.
yeah,
I mean,
they
they've
have
got classes
so
of
many.
what I'm hearing are nightmares, like 50 and 60 in a
Right,
class.
and constant hiring and constant looking. And then,
Yep.
but ironically, their Destination Career Academy and the other one are not full. So people are looking for the, I don't even want to say the traditional kind
It's
of.
the traditional alternative.
That's what they're
school.
used to.
That's not an alternative school.
Yeah,
but
just the
traditional
core,
online
the
school.
core.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just, FYI, if
Yeah.
that helps or not, I don't know.
Motion from Craig, second from Ann. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes by majority. What do we got? Motion to adjourn. Let's discuss that.
Gotta have a motion first.
I'll
And-
move to adjourn.
Second.
Let's discuss it.
Craig?
I think it's a great idea.
I love it.
That's a great idea.
All in favor,
I
say.
think we should wait till 12:30.
Oh, there you go.
I turn into a pumpkin at
I'm
12:30.
just
Say
kidding.
aye.
Aye.
We're out at 12:26.
Thank you.
12:19. My mistake.
No, 26.
24 or something. Yeah.
$20.